Nothing's been changed, right?
I never, it's hard to keep up.
I know. To be honest.
Madam Mayor, it is 6:08 and we are live.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the regular City Commission meeting of Tuesday, January 6, 2026. May I have the roll call, please?
Mayor Betty Resch,
Here?
Vice Mayor Sarah Maliga,
Present.
Commissioner Christopher McVoy,
Here.
Commissioner Mimi May,
I'm here.
Commissioner Anthony Segrich.
Present.
Thank you very much. Mr. Segrich is going to lead us in our moment of silence or invocation.
Let us take a moment to pause and reflect. We gather today in service of our community, mindful of the trust placed in us by the residents we represent. May our discussions be guided by clarity, integrity, and respect for one another. May our efforts this evening contribute to the safety, prosperity, and well-being of our community today and in the future.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Are there any additions, deletions, or reordering? I think it's anything. Oh,
There you go.
much better. Thank you.
Yes, I was
All right.
going to say your mic wasn't on.
Thank
I
you.
don't have anything, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I see two lights on Mr. McVoy and Mr. Segrich. Mr. McVoy,
To Mr. Segrich.
Mr. Segrich?
Thank you, Mayor. For item I, the condition of discussing the letter drafted by you was to substantiate the allegations of wrongdoing by law enforcement that you presented in that letter. Earlier today, you sent us an email indicating that these could not be substantiated. And I'm wondering, are you still asking for discussion on this tonight's agenda in light that you were not able to substantiate this?
I understand your statement, and I was sorely disappointed at the response that I got from the Guatemalan Center when I asked for information to verify them. And I did share that letter with folks today. As you guys have said, one of the things you were looking for me to produce was that sort of verification. I'm unable to do that. I've also reached out to a couple of other agencies. We have a response from the sheriff's office. I've shared that as well. And I can read into the record what the response is about that. I understand what you're saying, but I know there's a lot of people here that want to speak about that, but without verification, my understanding is that this letter is going nowhere. Okay. And am I correct in that assumption?
No, you're not correct.
Okay, well, I'm asking for everybody without verification.
I would like some data or support from the organizations that we're doing this in partnership with.
Did you see the letter that I shared?
Yes, and we got nothing.
Nothing, right.
So that to me is.
And also, we don't really need your help. Was the other part of that letter. Pretty much stay out of it. So I understand. And so Mr. McVoy, I think, is going to talk about the same topic. So Mr. McVoy?
Yes, I would make a motion that we move item I. I'd like to make a motion that Commissioner McVoy speaks into the microphone on all occasions. I would like to make a motion and ask for support from my colleagues that we move item I to right after, I would say, the consent agenda, because we do have a lot of people who are interested in this issue, very concerned about it. I would like to clarify a couple of things. My recollection of the discussion on December 16th was not that we were going to consider taking some sort of stance, taking some sort of action only because we suspected wrongdoing, but a much broader humanitarian concern for what is happening to a substantial quantity of our residents. I did see the letter. that the correspondence back and forth between the director of the Guatemalan Maya Center, Mariana Branco, and the mayor. And I think a little bit of, perhaps there are differing interpretations. I did not find at all that there was a feeling of we don't need your help. There is very much a feeling that the community does need the help and wants action from the commission. That what was expressed in the letter, the reason that you didn't receive a list of names of who all's been deported, is that that is very sensitive situation at this point. If we start circulating names of people who've been involved with ICE, that puts people and families at jeopardy. The Guatemalan Maya Center is experienced enough dealing with this that they in no way will do that. They are more than happy to find some way of providing statistics. It's been more than 100 people, almost 200, who've been exported. Of that, about 100 of them have no criminal charges. They do have information, but they're very careful about not putting anybody in jeopardy. I've spoken with members of the press who have told me the same thing. Yes, we want to get information out, but we're very conscious of not wanting to make anybody's situation even worse. If everything was running with full due process and full access to attorneys and only people with serious criminal background, no, there wouldn't be any worry, but that isn't the situation. US citizens are being stopped at this point. People with green card, people with other legal status. So of course the center will be cautious about what they're able to share and
Okay.
what it is wise to share.
Thank
So I would like support for my motion that this is a timely and appropriate topic. We started a discussion on it, for which I'm very grateful both to Commissioner May and to the mayor for having picked up the baton and started us thinking about it and how we can respond. Yes, I totally agree with the need for more data. Let's ask that formally. Let's ask for that data, not from the Guatemalan Maya Center necessarily. Don't put the burden on them. It should be on the agencies that are doing the activities.
Okay,
So I'd like a motion to, I'd like support for a motion to move that item. I would suggest after the consent agenda, if you have a different location, but earlier on in the meeting to accommodate a lot of public interest in it and repeated public interest. Thank you for your support.
Thank you. For the record, just so I want to make it clear, so there's no confusion. We had a meeting on December 16th. On December 18th, I wrote to Ms. Blanco, who I work with on another committee, and asked her for some information. I was not specific about the information, what I was looking for, but I asked her to provide, bless you, I was asked to provide some verification to back up what I had put in that letter. That was on December 18th. I heard nothing from Ms. Blanco, not I got your email, I'm sorry we can't help you, not thanks for helping. Yesterday, I got an email from her, dear Betty, and people need to know what was said. Thank you again for your initiative in working on this. Though my impression was that the letter that you shared with the commission was not strong enough, nor did it have a clear asking what the city is requesting. With that said, there is no way to provide confirmation of these stories to the commission without providing personal information, which our families are fearful to share due to the lack of support they have received from our city government. However, we are working very closely with ProPublica, and they will be publishing extensive data verified through government sites in the next few weeks about the detentions in Palm Beach County and Florida in 2025. The larger data set will reflect the stories we have been sharing. Additionally, we worked with the Miami Herald on this article, which provides some data, but is more limited than will be published by ProPublica. Yours in solidarity. To begin with, I think it would have been professional and courteous for her to at least acknowledge my email, not the day before the meeting, and to reach out and you know, I'm sorry, Ms. Blanca, and I do have respect for you, but I'm sorry that the city is not doing enough. I think perhaps that the expectations of some people are unrealistic in the power that we have, and apparently the Guatemalan Center does not need our help. And I was unable to verify it. And my understanding was without verification, it goes no further. Am I correct in that, Ms. Malaga? Yeah, I know, Mr. McFoy, you disagree. So I know you have a motion out there. Is there a second for Mr. McFoy's motion? Calling again for a second. Having heard none, the motion fails. Now let's address Mr. Segrich's request. I cannot bring, what I did get was the response from the sheriff's office about their involvement with ICE. I thank you, Captain Karn, for getting that for us. But in terms of, I cannot bring any verification. You know, we all know bad things are happening, but without verification, I understand, puts us in, you know, let's say we say something happened and in fact, following up, we find that it had not, that particular thing had not happened. That puts us in a very bad position. So, Ms. Malega?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. While I did not support Mr. McBoy's motion to move it, because we also have staff and other people who are in the room, and I just don't feel that that's,
Right.
I'm not saying I don't want to discuss it. I wasn't part of the conversation on the 16th. Unfortunately, I wasn't here. I do think it's a conversation that needs to be had. I don't know, reviewing the information that Captain Karn sent us all today, there was some alarming stuff on there. But it was statewide. This wasn't just
Right.
Palm Beach County. And from what I read, the real people who need to be held accountable are Florida Highway Patrol. And I mean, I'm not opposed to picking up the phone and calling the head of that department because I know him personally. We've done work prior to him having that seat. And I think that there's things that we can
I
do.
reached out to him and he said he would call me the next day and he did not.
Okay, so I just think that I do want to have a conversation. I just didn't want to move it because like I said, there's other people here for other conversations and that's the agenda that was published and out of due respect for everybody else's time. But I do want to have the conversation. Like I said, I wasn't here on the 16th. I would like more data. I'm sad that the number one non-for-profit who represents the community doesn't want to stand with us on this. That's disheartening, but maybe we can get with the embassy and see if the embassy can help us get data. You know, they're not that far from here. I think it's a conversation we need to have for our community, the community as a whole, not just one particular community, but I have as many people who look like me who are as upset about what's happening in our city as people who don't look like me. And I think it's a citywide, worldwide, countywide, countrywide issue. So I would like to have the conversation. I don't want to take it off the agenda.
And I'm sorry that you weren't here on the 16th because we did have quite a good conversation. So
Oh, no, I listened to
there's-
the meeting. I just wasn't
right.
here as part of the
there's
conversation.
I don't think we have votes to take it off. Okay, so we'll leave it where it is. Okay, Mr. McFoy, you've spoken. I think we're going to move on. So other than that, are there any additions? And there are no additions, deletions or reordering.
Could we reorder it?
Mr. McFoy, you've asked and it was not, you had no support for it. It was my agenda.
I would just like to point
Thank
out
you, Mr.
for the
McFoy.
public's benefit that
Yes.
it is the last item on the agenda, and this would not be the first meeting where
Mr.
we
Mc-
run the
Mr.
meeting out
McFoy,
and
you
it
are
falls
out.
off the end.
You are out of line.
I
You
am
have the
simply
floor.
stating facts that have happened before. So
Madam Mayor.
What?
This is a lot of business that we can probably get through quite
Yeah.
quickly if
All
we
right, we're-
stop
we're
the
just
side
gonna go.
chatter. And I think we can get to this item in a timely fashion.
Lost my agenda. So, having no additions, deletions, or reordering, next up is presentations. We have a proclamation. This is a very important month. This is Martin Luther King, January, where Martin Luther King is celebrated. And I think, especially these days, it bears, thank you, it bears witness to the fact that he worked very hard and many people worked very hard to get equality in this country, and we celebrate his birth.
I think the MLK committee's here. Could we
Are
have
they
them
here?
come up? Yeah.
I see
Ms.
Ted.
Rita's here, Ted's here.
Oh, okay, everybody's here. Great. I did not see Miss Retha back there.
She's camera shy.
She is. Yeah.
I said camera shy.
Okay. Thank you for coming. Let me read the proclamation, then you can address. Okay, thank you very much. Whereas on Monday, January 19th, 2026, the nation will recognize Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day. And whereas the annual King holiday observance is a time that we celebrate, commemorate, and honor the life, legacy, and impact of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Global citizens will have unique opportunities to learn and unite in celebration of Dr. King's groundbreaking work and Ms. Coretta Scott King's powerful continuation and formal institutionalization of that work through a variety of engaging events hosted by the King Center. Whereas this year marks the 40th official Martin Luther King holiday observance event schedule culminating in the celebration of the Martin Luther King Jr. federal holiday. This year marks what would have been Dr. King's 96th birthday. Not that long ago. Not, Whereas the official 2026 theme is Mission Possible 2, building community, uniting a nation the nonviolent way. A call to action to create the beloved community in practical ways within families, schools, social media, and local communities. And whereas the City of Lake Worth Beach and the MLK Events Committee will be sponsoring events on January 19th in honor of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and invite residents to participate. And whereas Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s dream encompassed the hopes and dreams of all Americans. Now, therefore, I, Betty Resch, Mayor of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, by virtue of the authority vested in me and on behalf of the City Commission, do hereby proclaim January 19th, 2026 as Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day, and in witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, to be affixed this 6th day of January, 2026. And we are the city has proudly had Martin Luther King celebrations for how long now? Okay, why don't you go behind the podium? And speak really close to it.
Okay.
Please tell us what's going on.
Well, we thank you for the proclamation. And as you have already stated, this is our 32nd Martin Luther King event here in the city of Lake Worth Beach. And we're very proud of that. And our theme this year is passing the torch. And when I think about what is going on all around us now, it almost brings tears to my eyes to know that one of the purposes that we brought Martin Luther King to Lake Worth Beach is to bring people together, be servants of the people, helping. And sometimes I feel like when I drove up here tonight and I saw these people out there protesting, I hate that. It takes me way back when I came here to Lake Worth. And I've been here 50 years. I have no intention of leaving Lake Worth. And I'm moving forward and we're moving on. And we got to come together. Let's serve each other. Let's work for each other. Let's love each other. That's what Martin Luther King mission means to me.
Amen.
And after, thank you, Rita. She's been the stalwart in all of this.
Yourself first.
Oh, Ted Brownstein. I've been working with Rita for almost the full 32 years.
I remember
Actually,
those first marches.
it's 29. I wasn't involved in the first few, but our committee is not running out of steam. We had a planning meeting last night for Martin Luther King weekend and for Black History Month, our 28 days of anti-racism campaign. The little room was packed out. We had more people than ever there. People see in this current situation the need for really embracing diversity, equity, and inclusion, and swimming up against the stream if we need to continue to propound this really essential American value that all men are created equal, e pluribus unum, we out of many one. And this is so ingrained in who we are. We need to live up to that value to the fullest. So thank you for your support and for everybody coming out.
And what's going on January 19th?
Well, we'll back up a few days, right?
We got
Oh, right.
Okay. There'll be a presentation, Superstars of the Harlem Renaissance at St. Andrew's Church on Friday evening. That's the Core Ensemble, which is the jazz trio with actors and everything, portraying Langston Hughes and
Nora Houston.
right, Nora.
And what time? That's on the.
That's it.
Friday
Right.
at 6:30.
Okay.
Friday
Yeah.
6:30
Then we're having two city cleanups
on
on
Saturday.
Saturday. One meeting in front of the Osborne Gym at 8:00, and the other one at G Street and 9th Avenue South at 12. And there'll be a fair with the PBSO there, a resource fair on that because the King Center really does emphasize service. We celebrate Dr. King and the ideals, but also to do something for the community. Then on that Monday, we'll have our interfaith breakfast and unity breakfast in honor of Dr. King. And that'll be at Sacred Heart, the Catholic Church on Federal at
8 o'clock.
right, at 8 o'clock, breakfast will be served. And we have a really nice program and including addressing some of the current events and challenges to racial equality. Will definitely be on the program. Then we'll meet out here at 4 o'clock on the halls, steps of City Hall, have a sing-along led by Carl Steele, who you might know from New Hope Missionary Baptist Church. And then we'll march down Lake Avenue to the plaza, have about a half an hour program with, who's the speaker, Rita?
State attorney.
Alicia Cox.
Yeah.
Okay. Is going to be the keynote speaker. And then we'll go back to Sacred Heart for the dinner at 6 o'clock. So we have a full day on Monday. So again, we thank you all.
And we just want to let our citizens and our friends and family know that this is 32 years of service that we have brought to our city. And there is no charge for anything that we do here with the Martin Luther King celebration. At the breakfast and at the Friday night program, we do ask for a small donation. That donation we have set up the Martin Luther King Scholarship Fund for our Lake Worth High School students. So anything that we receive, it goes to the scholarship fund.
Wonderful. And I just want to say on a personal note, Mel and Vinny will miss you
Yes.
this year.
Yeah.
And our prayers go out to you.
Yes.
Um,
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you
Hang
so
on,
much.
Ma-
Here's,
Madam-
yes. Oh, I'm
In-
sorry.
In regards to the MLK scholarship, I would like to contribute $150 out of my discretionary funds to kickstart you.
Thank you. We appreciate
Thank
that.
you for all your hard work.
Is it
thank you.
0 right now? Was it 0?
Yeah, it's 0.
Now it's 150.
We're not under Kiwanis. We're now under the Interfaith Network. The MLK scholarship is under the,
150?
yes. Okay, thank you. We'll take it from, we'll take it.
We're in.
I am the treasurer. So you can give me your checks.
Thank you.
Great. I remember years ago, we had an auction for when Paul was doing the Lakewood High School. And it was a live auction. Broke into an auction of like people giving
Yeah.
thousands of dollars. It was great. Thank you so much. And
Thank
thank you
you.
for the work that you do every year. Sorry, I missed the meeting.
That's all right. Thank you.
You did.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So now we have public participation of non-agenda items and consent agenda. Okay, up first is Todd Townsend, followed by Melissa Salerno.
Great. Hi, my name is Todd Townsend, 502 South J Street. I want to talk about a couple of different things here. You could have sold the property to Wamoda and had the money for all the so-called deferred maintenance, such as maybe a new sewage pump house and bigger sewage pipes under the streets. But no, you've given it away and now need to possibly sell off our beach to make the emergency improvements, or drastically bond us for it, which could possibly be on the horizon as well. You said we just want to learn how to handle this kind of stuff with these unsolicited proposals, and now you're like, well, we might need to do this for our city maintenance. So it's just like, you just flip flop and everything like that. And all this tree talk is really cute, but the subterfuge is that you're about to kill a lot of large trees that are our charm and our skyline. You had a chance to create a park at the 822 Sunset property where I was today inside the fence. It was beautiful there. but that slipped through your hands. You have a chance for some park making at First and South K Street and at B at the Rotary, but no. You have a chance to create a park or something at South L Street with that gigantic banyan tree, but no. And so this fee in lieu of tree replacement is a total joke. When it comes to off-street parking, are we going to give decals to WMOTA people and not us, you know? And what about the businesses on H Street? You know, they've been penalized for parking outside of their businesses. As far as the task force at the square, we pay PBO, what, $32 million a year? I mean, come on, do something smarter with that money. Thank you.
Melissa Salerno?
Melissa Salerno, 501 South N Street. I just need to comment and make a small request that y'all take your white privilege and give it a good check, because your commentary about how dare Guatemalan Mayan Center didn't jump at your email in a timely fashion, when the reality is that this Christmas season was probably particularly challenging for those families. So God forbid that you weren't bumped to the front of the line because you are the city who has not provided any support. They don't owe you anything, nothing. You owe it to them to prove that you are willing to stand up and actually put your money where your mouth is before they provide you with anything. Lastly, you know, there is something going on in the United States, some release of some files. It's very important. We all know who I'm talking about. How about this? Just like those very same files would be a non-issue if we just believed the victims. Believe what people are saying. We are not making this stuff up because we have nothing better to do, which is also why we are here protesting, to protect our community, not because we don't have anything better to do on a Tuesday night. Thank you.
Thank you. That's actually on the agenda. But okay, up next is Tyler Chandler, followed by Kyle Sockrider. Now, we're going to be talking about the homeless, so that is an agenda item. So the people that want to talk about the homeless are saying that, then
What is,
yeah, here's
sorry, Madam Mayor,
feeding in Bryant Park, that's on the agenda.
that what we have on the agenda is a special event permit.
Right.
So there's no item on there called feeding.
Okay, I mean, it's related to, but that's fine. Okay, so, but feeding the homeless is definitely, and immigration is definitely. And that's it. So these will go for the immigration. Tyler Chapman. I know, calling Tyler Chapman if you're here. I think you're out in the hallway. Followed by Chris Shuttlecoff, if they're here. Is he walking in? Tyler? Chris. Well, when Tyler, oh, wait. Okay, well, Chris, you're here first. Go ahead. Your name and address first, please.
My name is Chris Shitikoff. I live at 3660 Lake Worth Road. Lake Worth. I live currently right now I'm at the HRC. My name is Chris Shitikoff. And I'm a resident of the city, even though I don't currently have a roof over my head. I am here to speak against the proposed ban on homelessness feeding sites. For many of us, these meals are not convenience, they are survival. They are often the only reliable way we eat and the only place that we feel seen, and sometimes the only moment of kindness in our whole entire city. When you remove the feeding sites, you don't make homeless disappear, you make it more dangerous. People don't stop being hungry. They just become more desperate and the policy doesn't solve a problem. It pushes the suffering out of sight. These sites are often ran by volunteers, churches, nonprofits, and they are trying to do what communities are supposed to do, take care of each other. Banning them seems to send a message of compassion is no longer welcome here. I am not asking for a special treatment. I am asking for a basic human dignity. The right to eat, the right to survive, and to have hope. Please don't criminalize kindness. Please don't punish poverty. Work with us, not against us. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, sir. Tyler Chapman. Tyler Chapman, followed by Kara Jennings.
Hey, good evening. Tyler Chapman, 1224 16th Avenue North. Not sure how this is all supposed to be set up here. I'm going to keep it pretty quick. This is kind of getting to be my normal spiel with y'all, which is very sad, but it's disappointing and embarrassing for this city that you keep taking on these issues and you think it's appropriate to muse about how we're going to abuse our most vulnerable communities, to muse about how we're going to soft step around fascist police state overreach that violates people's rights in our city. And for people like Commissioner Segdrich specifically, who are exploiting our town and violating the rules of this town to run illegal short-term rental operations, which you know very well are illegal in this town, it reeks of hypocrisy that you think you can bring forward such things as this, what were they calling it? Crackhead Park? Is that right? These issues that you take on say so much about who you are as a person and what you value. And that's to each of you. And your values reek of hypocrisy and wickedness and make you look like bad people. And Betty, I know you're not a bad person. I think you are a very good person. So why are you being dragged in this direction? Malega, you come from a background of poverty. How can you stand there so quietly while people abuse the members of our community that need your protection? It's shameful. And it's shameful, and you put a blight on this city with your inaction where it matters and your doggedness to protect yuppie interests because they want things to look cleaner. And they don't care who it hurts when that happens. They don't care when their short-term rentals make people houseless by creating an unfair competition for housing. You don't care. And maybe you shouldn't. Okay, you're a capitalist and you're going to make your money and who cares who it hurts? Fine. Fine for you personally. But all of the people you hurt through that action. There's a gentleman in Bryant Park whose house was turned into short-term rentals and he was evicted from his home so that this property owner could make that money. You seem to think that's okay? Shame on you. That's despicable and illegal.
No, we really cannot do personal attacks.
Well, I will until you drag me out of here, because each one of you need to be shamed individually. So if you would like to have them drag me out, by all means.
Mister, I think you've crossed a line.
Well, I haven't.
And
You've crossed the line.
Okay, sir.
You've crossed the line
Personal accusation.
over and over and over again. And that's on record that he runs these.
Captain Carr.
Yeah, by all means.
So you're gonna make a show of yourself.
It's not about making a show. It's
Um,
very specific about the embarrassment you are
I'm
as
just
a
saying
leader
that
when these things
pol-
happen under your
Sir.
watch.
There's a policy in the city
That's fine.
that when you address the commission, you don't make personal attacks.
Well, I'm sorry. Your
Calling
city
for
is
me-
allowing people to be
calling-
hurt day in and
Okay,
day
well,
out, and I'm going to call it out.
Thank you very much.
And you're welcome to do that.
Keep-
What's my time? Where am I at on my time? I was interrupted.
I paused. You have 11 seconds left.
Thank you.
Kara Jennings, followed by Jeannie Powell.
Kara Jennings, 822 North C Street. The volume in the hallway is horrible. I wish you guys would fix that. I don't know what the personal attack was. Capitalist pig? Are you offended by that? Is that an attack? I think that's maybe just saying what someone's choices are. I wanted to talk tonight about the 5 horrible amendments that you all have chosen to put on the ballot. they're all no votes. And we will win at the ballot, and that will be such a bad reflection on all of you. Specifically, the public land public vote that you're seeking to overturn in 2005, that was put on the ballot through public will. It wasn't just elected officials making a decision at a meeting. And it won overwhelmingly. And the plan was for it to have permanent protection for our beach. And it is really a sad state of affairs here that you all have put it on the ballot in an attempt to overturn those protections. The public land public vote made it so that the public could have a say in what kind of development would happen at our most precious public asset, which is the public beach and certain public areas, certain public parks that are of high value. Your effort is to change that so the public no longer has a vote on that unless it exceeds 99 years. And I just find it so faulted that you would want to remove the public's ability to participate and the public's ability to vote on issues of big importance and call that democracy. Removing people's access to vote is undemocratic. And we want to make sure the public understands these are all no votes. The process has been horrible. I was here at the public hearings. Overwhelmingly, people came in here and said, don't put these on the ballot. And then especially Commissioner Segrich and Commissioner May sat up here and said, we think the public would like to vote. Well, none of them, few of them came to the meeting. And because it's not popular, what you're trying to do is wildly unpopular. One of those amendments just was put on, it appears from one member of the public's opinion, the item about the city manager. Well, what kind of process is that? So all of these amendments will be losing. I hope at your information sessions, you give some of the history of the public land public vote so people understand really what you're taking away from them. That is critical information, that they understand that anything, it would have to be more basically 100-year lease for them to get a say anymore. The other thing I want to talk about is just the rampant use of the helicopter in this city. Like, what is going on? I have 2 homes for sale on my block. And the other day, the helicopter was just circling. This family came to look at the house. And they were like, why is the helicopter up there?
Thank you.
Is someone being murdered? And I was like, no, this is a regular thing in my neighborhood. Can you please put some limits on the helicopter?
Thank you. Ginny Powell? Ginny Powell? Miss Powell? Here she comes.
Jenny Powell, 224 North Palm Way. First, the good news.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll give you a little good news.
But it's gonna be bad then. Oh, yeah, I saw, I shared this.
Thank you.
I shared this on Facebook already. I did.
Facebook, the city's doing a really good job of getting the word out about this upcoming presentation. The Cooperative Extension Service will actually be doing the presentation. They did one before us before on gardening for wildlife. I hope the next one will be on tree care and maintenance. I think that's sorely needed. We've been trying to get these off the ground for a while now, and so we're just getting to do them, or starting to do them. Also a shout out to Compass Community Center, who will be hosting us for that. Unfortunately, well, we had the first one at the library, but unfortunately, I'm not real clear why, but we can't do them at the library anymore. There's a lovely meeting room there, and they were lovely hosts for our first one, but they're no longer allowed to have meetings at night, apparently, in that room, which is disappointing because it's a great room. And I guess it's been fully renovated. It's very nice. But anyway, so Compass is hosting us on that. So, okay, the other thing that I want to say is not so nice. I'd hoped to come up here and thank you all for moving new business item I to the front of the agenda so we could get that done. And unfortunately, it's staying where it is the last item of the night. And I would just like to reinforce what Commissioner McVoy said about how items that get put on at the very end of a busy agenda, it's quite a busy agenda, they get you, the meeting has to end because it's, for whatever reason, it's late and you haven't discussed it. And all the time of preparation, the people that show up and wait in line to speak can't speak. So I just think it's a very important item. And there are people here lined up to speak, and it's, I'm retired. It's a lot easier for me to stay, but believe me, it's painful. So anyway, I just wish I could thank you for that, but I can't. I think that was a real oversight. Thank you.
Staff. Okay, thank you very much. Approval of the minutes. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve the minutes for December 12th, 2025, December 16th, 2025.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Consent agenda. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve consent agendas items A and B.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Public hearings, ordinance number 2025-24, second reading. Please read by title.
This is ordinance 2025-24, an ordinance of the city of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, amending chapter 23 land development regulations, article 1 general provisions, division 2 definitions, section 23.1-12 definitions, and article 2 administration, division 3 permits, section 23.2-34 request for reasonable accommodation for disability, and providing for severability, conflicts, codification, and effectivity.
Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any public comments? Madam Clerk, do you have any public comments?
No, I don't have any comments until unfinished business.
Okay, thank you very much. All in favor? Aye. Thank you very much. Ordinance number 25-31st reading. Please read by title.
This is ordinance 2025-30, an ordinance of the city of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, amending chapter 23 land development regulations, article 1 general provisions, division 2 definitions, section 23.1-12 definitions, article 3 zoning districts, division 1 generally, section 23.3-6 use tables, and division 5 industrial districts, section 23.3-24 IPOC industrial park of commerce, article 4 development standards, section 23.4-10 off-street parking, and section 23.4-13 administrative uses and conditional uses, and article 5 supplemental regulations, section 23.5-9 public purpose dedication, and providing for severability, conflicts, codification, and effectivity.
Thank you very much. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Jinx.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, I see your line. Are there any public comments, Madam Clerk? I have to ask because I forget sometimes.
No, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. We have none here. Okay. I had some questions. I had some concerns actually about this. This is Park of Commerce up on Batwell Road, correct, Mr. Waters?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. This is for a cement processing. Can you give a background?
I'm trying to get the presentation up,
Oh,
but I'm
okay,
having
I'm
a little,
sorry.
I'm
Go ahead.
failing, but
Take.
as usual, this is, it was initiated from an
Is-
applicant.
Alfonso or Julian in the back?
Alfonso's here tonight.
Okay, great. Thank you. Alfonso, we need your help.
Can you drag it up toward the TV, William?
What do you mean drag that?
Because the TV is like another monitor.
Here
Well,
comes-
I see it on the TV. On the
Alfonso's
computer,
coming.
can you share?
Help has arrived.
Yeah, thanks. So while he's doing that, we have a private applicant that has proposed changes to the LDRs, land development regulations, in anticipation of submitting a site plan application for what's called a batch plant. In reviewing their application, there were a number of inconsistencies and clarifications that needed to be dealt with in the LDRs in terms of processing, manufacturing, and fabrication facilities that are across the board in the Park of Commerce. A batch plant per se is allowed in the Park of Commerce today. What is significant in what was brought forward that is a little different is that the what's called apparatus, or how the cement is mixed, was desirous to be in an accessory structure that exceeded our maximum height in our code, which is 24 feet, I believe. So as it's written, you can get additional height for your accessory structure, which would be an apparatus, up to 84 feet in height. through the Sustainable Bonus Incentive Program. So to carry that forward, we have now clarified that there are processing, manufacturing, fabrication facilities that have apparatus and those that do not. There are clarifications in terms of how we calculate the parking in the Parker Commerce. And there's a process now that you can provide substantial competent evidence to the Planning and Zoning Board to request a lower level of parking service. Because right now we have one parking space every 1,000 square feet of use area. Well, some industrial uses may not need that much parking. If they can provide demonstrated evidence, then the Planning and Zoning Board can provide a waiver. You're still getting up, but I'm trying to remember the whole presentation. We have instituted some parameters on the hours of operation, how traffic is generated in the Parker Commerce, when you can get waivers for additional traffic. It can impact the school system because both Boutwell Road is a route to school and what's called a Sims connector. And then Barnett Drive, as we all know, is kind of a problem at 10th Avenue, as well as Detroit and Boutwell Road. There's a couple other pieces in the proposed ordinance that clarify, but the biggest change that is being requested is that the apparatus, which would qualify as an accessory structure, could potentially, if this were approved as it's written, be increased by 60 feet from 24 feet through a process through the Planning and Zoning Board to 84 feet.
Is there anything else? Is there anything else up there right now in the Park of Commerce that's 84 feet high?
There is a batch plant of a sort that's owned by CMEX, which is on what's called Rinker Drive. I don't know quite how tall that is, but it's fairly tall.
But that's not, is that officially Park of Commerce, or that's just that industrial area?
The industrial area is the
also-
Parker Commerce. Parker Commerce for the viewing public is essentially bounded by 10th Avenue to the north, the Keller Canal to the west, 95 or the CSX tracks to the east, and 2nd Avenue North on the south. I will say that all the properties that front 10th Avenue on their south side are mixed use west. They're not technically part of the Parker Commerce.
And that's where the Rinker plant is up there.
That's on the Rinker Way. It's a little bit south of 7th Avenue, and it's basically abutting the CSX tracks.
Well, thank you very much. The other question I have is, I have serious concerns about the 84 feet. Outdoor storage. I did have a conversation with the attorney for the applicant, and for the people, and, I said, what about dust? What about noise? What about all runoffs and things like that? And she, assured me that that's all regulated on its own without the city's.
Well, that, and there are also parameters that we put in, performance standards that expanded for certain types of uses that are in this category of manufacturing, processing, and fabrication. We already have some things that are in the Parker Commerce as well as throughout the city that deal with noise, dust, nuisance-based activities. But this clarifies and actually strengthens some of those when it comes to an outdoor storage facility or a use that has outdoor storage.
Also, I had some concerns about hours of operation starting at 5 in the morning and ending by 8 o'clock at night. This is adjacent to some residential properties. And I think that kind of, however muffled it might be, that kind of 5 o'clock in the morning to 8 o'clock at night, I think is unreasonable to ask people to put up with that kind of noise, that kind of activity that early. And so I have a couple questions on this one. So that's my next question. I think that it's too early and too late. And then when we talk about the incentive, additional 15 feet of height under the sustainable bonus, sustainable bonus incentive program, what's the bonus?
Well, in how we wrote the code, and Commissioner McVoy remembers this, we determined that in the historic nature of Lake Beach, any building or structure above 2 stories was needed an additional review. And so we put together the Sustainable Bonus Incentive Program so that any building over 30 feet or 2 stories has to go into that program and either incorporate certain aspects to their project, pay into the Sustainable Bonus Trust Fund. And then we expanded that. So we have tier 1 sustainable bonus and we have tier 2 sustainable bonus. Tier 1 falls in the sort of by right zoning categories if you want to go above the 2 stories. As an example, Mixed Use West allows buildings to go to 6 stories and 65 feet. But the only way to get to that is you do tier 1 sustainable bonus. Under our plan development processes, you can add 25% to your height or double your height, depending on where it is. And that's the tier 2, where it specifies under what type of plan development, either an urban mixed use plan development, a residential plan development, or just a plan development itself, mixed use, how far you can go beyond what the code stipulates as predicated by a table that's in the future land use section of the comprehensive plan. So as an example, the Bohemian went to 7 stories through that program as a plan development.
And part of that was affordable housing?
Yes.
Okay.
And we've now coupled it with, now we have requirements for affordable housing, that additional density that is awarded a project through sustainable bonus, 15% of that has to be affordable housing under our program.
But we're not talking about residential here. We're talking about industrial.
However, it is exempt in this district, but certain commercial areas, and we have a provision that if you are doing projects that do not have any residential, you pay an in lieu of fee to the affordable housing program, because we have determined through our comp plan and other studies that any building over 2 stories has a greater impact on the city than a traditional building. And so our affordable housing program, which is one of the ways that we get housing that's appropriate for our market and such. If you're not going to provide that, but you want a building that's taller than 2 stories, you're going to pay a fee.
And I'm not going to ask you to pop quiz, but I mean, for something like this to get to 80, if there's no sustainable bonus, this could only go to how high?
24
feet. So how much does it cost the developer to get an extra 60 feet?
I believe right now we have a lower fee. I think it's $3.75 per square foot of area that goes to that height. And it's in increments of 15 feet because each story is worth a certain amount of money. So if you were going to add 60 some feet to that thing, you would actually essentially add 4 stories. Depending on what the footprint is of that accessory structure, is that footprint, let's say it's 40 square feet, it'd be 40 square feet times 4 times the value per square foot, which I think is $375 in industrial, which part of the value can be incorporated on your site. But as you did through a resolution, I think 3.5 years ago, half of that comes to you as a payment to the Sustainable Bonus and Program.
And the other half goes to?
Well, the other half can be incorporated in the site through sustainable features.
Paint, pictures and statues.
But it can be a variety of things that are listed in the LDR, such as art, additional landscaping. But if you don't want to provide those additional features, you put the whole thing to the city.
I've asked Ms. Maida just for unbelievable. So I don't do math, but Ms. Maida, she said that came about $24,000 would be the fee.
That sounds about right.
To get 6 extra stories on your building.
No, 4.
4 extra stories
on
your
an
building.
accessory structure, which is an
that's
apparatus.
That's not much. Okay. So I have another question about this, which is hello, a development review official. Where we talk about public purpose dedication, line 425. A property that's previously will be dedicating right away other properties to the city when requested or required by the city may file an application with the development review official for public property credit as part of the site plan. My question is that a designate? Do they know who that is, or just somebody?
That's my position right now. The development review official. It's that person that signs all entitlement letters and is responsible for the appropriate implementation of the
designated person.
Yes.
Okay. You just have
And
this-
we don't call it a person. We do it by position. So that's why it's called development
Right.
review official. And this is a mechanism where we our public purpose dedication for rights of way is not as clear as it could be. And there are roads that are desirous of having a wider way. And so we do give some credit for a development if they give us the right of way, or we require it to be dedicated as part of their site plan process.
And are you the only designated person? Is there one at a time?
Well, there's only one person in that position at a time, but the development review official can transfer some of their responsibilities to other staff that are appropriate. Sometimes we have things that are like the city manager or his designee. This works the same way.
Okay. And one final question, the sustainability bonus in terms of, is that if this passes, that's mandatory to allow them to go to 84 feet for $24,000?
Well, let's back up. That fee would apply to each 15 feet of incremental height that's added to the apparatus. So in this case, if somebody wanted to go to 84 feet, they'd have to pay it 4 times, because that's 60 additional feet times the square foot area of whatever that apparatus might be. It could be, I mean, I use 40 square feet as an example. It could be less, it could be more.
What? Okay. Mr. McVoy. And then Ms. Malega.
There is a presentation from the applicant too, if
okay.
they. This is the city's presentation, but I've kind of covered most of it just by memory, thank God. But if you want to hear from the applicant, or you can continue asking questions, well, then I'll need Alfonso back to get the applicant's presentation back up.
Alfonso, you left too early. We need you.
They should be. Yeah, they're here.
Yeah, they're here.
Yeah.
All right, so.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. I'm Ellen Bogdanoff. I represent Ozinga. I work with Becker and Polyakov. I just wanted to kind of give you an opportunity to get to know the folks that purchased the property and the applicant. It's Ozinga, a family-owned company, and we have Greg here with us, and he can tell you a little bit about it while they're trying to get up.
Okay. All right, thank you. And I'm gonna, how long is she allowed to speak, Ms. Paul? Is it 3 minutes?
No, you don't. This is the applicant's request. So
Okay.
there is no limit.
Okay, thank you. Just want to make sure that.
I'm the one with the least amount to say, so I'm not speaking.
We like
We've got Bradley here who will go through the presentation, but I just wanted to introduce Greg so he can just tell you a little bit about the
Okay,
company.
great. Hi.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. I appreciate the time that you're taking for us this evening.
What's your name and?
Yes, I just want to introduce myself. My name is Greg Vandervelde. I'm the Vice President of Strategic Development for Ozinga. And I just have a couple of comments here, and then we'd like to get into the presentation a little bit more. But I want to take the time just to introduce you to Ozinga a little bit more. In case you're not aware, Ozinga is a 98-year-old 5th generation family-owned company. And we're a ready-mix concrete producer. Our roots are in the Midwest. In 2017, we came to the South Florida area, and we have locations from Miami all the way up to Stewart. Ready-mix concrete itself is a very localized business. The concrete itself can't travel very far. So to have dependable, low-cost options for Lake Worth Beach and the construction industry, we feel it's really valuable to have ready-mix concrete available for you. This project itself would create approximately 15 to 20 well-paying jobs for the area. And a little bit more about Ozinga. Our purpose from our ownership down is to have a positive impact on individuals, their families, and the communities for generations. In that regard, we're also a responsible operator, and we believe that this development is something we can all be proud of and part of the Park of Commerce. And I know there are some questions around dust and some concerns around that, but we follow all the EPA regulated guidelines relative to that. Our dust collection systems are rated at 99.9% efficiency. That's part of the requirement for the industry. And so we would be managing that equipment that way. With your support and passage of the ordinance, we would appreciate that support and be able to develop the property that we now own on 7th Avenue. And we look forward to being part of the community. This process has been taking a little while, been working closely with staff for some time, and we hope that we can present to you what really we're looking to develop here. So thank you. I think the presentation's ready to go. If you have any questions for me, I'm happy to answer them.
This change would not just be for a parcel, it would be for the entire area, correct?
It's the entire Park of Commerce.
Thank you. Bradley Miller from Urban Design will provide a brief presentation.
What is the site address?
Stumper. I don't recall since it's not site specific. It's the whole Park of Commerce. Maybe
This will actually show you a location of where it's at. Sorry, we don't have the specific address. And thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Bradley Miller with Urban Design Studio. We're
Close to the mic.
it's that strong voice that I don't have. Okay, thanks. So I thank you to William and some of I'm always impressed with William and his memory. But this one we have been working with staff for quite some time to work through this and get to it. And we through the process, what we realized was that you can do a facility like what Ozinga wants to do here and bring this use to the city, but the structure, the mechanics of it doesn't fit without going through these amendments, which is really the basis, and it comes down to the apparatus. So that I'm just going to skip over this. William gave the background. So this is the aerial. The part that's identified in blue is the Park of Commerce. That's the zoning district and known as the Industrial Park of Commerce. And then the parcel itself that Ozinga has invested in is at the southwest corner of 7th Avenue North and where Barnett Road terminates into 7th Avenue North. It's a little over four acres of a property. So it's really right in the middle of the Park of Commerce, if you will. There is a part that's to the south that's not in blue, and that's your property. So that's the City of Lake Worth property. So the first thing that needed to be done is we had to give some definitions to the apparatus that William spoke about. And so there's definitions. I'm not going to bore you reading through them again, but the ordinance does establish these definitions that give manufacturing and processing with apparatus, a real definition that's in the code, and then it actually specifies what that apparatus is. And I'm gonna takes 3 punches for the clicker. Sorry. The other standards, I think you read through many of those. We are the first one. I think Mayor, you had asked about some of the dust issues and things, which there are very environmentally sensitive regulations that go with the facility like this. Something else that came up was a lot of this, you don't need a big office space to operate a facility like this. So we got stuck in this, well, we're doing parking based off of the office building. No, you're doing it off of the use. And so it's flipped in this situation where essentially the use area is the property itself, and where the actual use and processing is happening. Hours of operation, we've gone back and forth with staff on that. Some of that is reasoning to be able to, the example is there might be a highway project and concrete that needs to get out, miss traffic, getting out early, miss traffic, coming back late type of scenarios. So it's part of the operations that we contemplated and went through, and that's a general reason on the hours. The height is something that when we started with this, the apparatus was that we were contemplating is at 84 feet. William went through that in pretty good detail. Parking, there were things there on the there isn't a parking size for a larger truck. It's in the code, so there's some housekeeping items that went along with it. There's some limitations on the number of the apparatus, and maybe it would help if I move ahead here. Because what is this apparatus? It's kind of a, a word, but this gives you a little better a graphic, if you will. The area in purple that's on the right-hand side of the screen, that's our site and the plan that we're working on. The area in purple, which is right in the middle, that's the apparatus. That purple area is about 3.5% of the whole site. Within that purple area, if you look to the left-hand side and then within the purple circle, there's the two silos, which is the apparatus. Those take up about 1% of the site. Everything else that's going to be within the project is actually at the same level of the buildings to the west or the buildings to the east and within those regulations. So it's a very small, sleek area for the apparatus to need that height. The purpose of the height is the efficiency. The materials go into those containers and funnel down. So it's the more of that space that you have up above, the more efficient that the operations are. So I think that the graphic helps give you an idea of what it is. It's hard to put a picture to what is apparatus. So we wanted to show that to you. That was really we have worked diligently with William, Scott, Karina, some of the zoning staff that have since left, and sadly, and we've appreciated everything that they do. And if there's other questions that any of you may have, we're here to answer them. We think this is a good amendment to make to allow a use like this to provide the service for. The construction industry it's booming, and as Greg mentioned, concrete doesn't travel very far, so it brings a good business, very sound family business to the city.
If you could go back to the slide.
Maybe.
Yeah, perhaps.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm pushing.
What's the red and green in the upper right-hand corner?
Those are trucks. The red are trucks. The Ozinga colors are red. And then the green area, there's a wash basin there where they wash out the equipment.
It says total site area, 4 acres of 3.5%. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I wanted to point out that this is not a massive 84-foot high building that's going up. It's 1% of the entire site. It's that is the height for the apparatus. You're welcome.
Mr. McBoy, Ms. Malega, and Mr. Segrich.
I share the concern about the hours, the 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. and agree with pointing out that there is residential not that far away. I also, from my recollection of when we were developing a fair amount of our Park of Commerce, kind of the concept in the community was that would be sort of light industrial. It was not really what I thought of as a heavy industrial area. So I'm not comfortable with the 84-foot height. I would say keep the height to either the 24 or possibly the 45 feet that is allowed for other structures there. To me, it's let's say a distortion of the benefits program that was really intended for residential and affordable housing things, that would allow you to go way higher. I understand that it's not a big footprint, but that means that the price that you pay for it is negligible as a business cost, and the benefit to the city is negligible. So I would stay with the lower height.
Thank you. Is it possible with lower height? I'm sorry, is it possible with a lower height?
I think there is some room there to lower it. 45, I think would put us at a cramped position. So I think something higher than that.
Smalega?
Thank you. So I'm business owner. And I'm looking at all the changes that our staff has been working on. And my first question is, who's been paying for our city staff time for the changes for one business to come to our city? So that's my first concern. Because you just said that you've been working with Mr. Waters, who's amazing. The entire staff in that department is amazing. But we've sat here 4 or 5 months ago and talked about people paying for our staff to do this research if you want us to make changes. So that's my first concern, that our staff has put so much time and energy into changing this. When I brought my business here, they said you can get a conditional use permit or you can go somewhere else. And that was many years ago. And I want us to be more welcoming, but my big concern is how much staff time was put into this before any of us ever gave that approval and said we were interested in these changes. That's probably a conversation for later.
Can I address that, Vice Mayor?
Yes.
This was a formal application as part of the city's process. So we did that. We paid the application fee that's
Which was how
required.
much?
I don't recall what that is.
Mr. Waters?
that
As a
application
Texan,
was.
I think it's like $2,500 or $3,500.
Okay, and how many hours do you think that your team and you have put into this? Guesstimates.
I would guesstimate at least 100 across all the time that it's been involved, because it's been an extended period of time.
Okay. So thank you for answering that honestly. That's my number one hot point right now, because somebody who sits up here and is in charge of our staff, who's very thin as it is. I remember that a year ago, we had this other concrete company that came before us that swore they were going to be a great city partner. And they have RVs and code violations on an empty lot that they never moved forward with. And so we kind of have a bad taste in our mouth. And I'm not going to take that out on you and your great business that's coming from the Midwest. But as somebody who was up here and tried to hold somebody accountable previously, who said they were going to bring good business and good paying jobs, and I still have an empty lot that's a major code violation. So I'm a little hesitant on approving any of this language. I did talk to staff in regards to the hours, because we wanted to change hours on other businesses that are affecting our city, and we were told we couldn't because of Senate Bill 180. And then I get language before me that says that we can dictate hours in the Park of Commerce. So that kind of confused me on how we could dictate hours to the Park of Commerce, but not to the downtown corridor. And I had a conversation with our city, God bless you, attorney about that.
Was there an answer?
I'll let Elizabeth answer that. She is the attorney. But on line 262, it says hours of operation may begin at 6 a.m. and end by 8. But in the staff report, it says 5 to 8.
Well, there's two different sections. Generally, in the Park of Commerce, we have hours of operation from 6 to 8
So they're asking for 1 hour more essentially.
for those uses that are processing, fabrication, or manufacturing with apparatus.
Okay. So, and my concern again is that we have residents who live across the street, and yes, they were there before the Park of Commerce. Unfortunately, paved paradise and put up a parking lot is what's happening in Florida. So I feel for them having to deal with noise at 5 a.m. I feel for them having to deal with big trucks coming in at 8 o'clock. But I also understand the business aspect that you don't know when your teams are going to be coming back.
Right.
You got to get there. I mean, think about it. Half the construction and concrete work happens in the middle of the night. Even when we paved our own roads, when FDOT did Lake and Lucerne, when did they mill? In the middle of the night. So I understand that. So to me, that's just part of your business. I get that. I'm not in favor of the height as well. If we could work on that, but this kind of feels not like spot zoning, but like we're rewriting our LDR for one particular business, which always makes me worrisome. And it's not because it's a bad thing. I just don't want to set the precedent that come to Lake Worth Beach, we're a free for all. If you don't like the rules, we're going to rewrite them. And that's kind of how, excuse me, I'm talking. That's kind of how I feel right now. And that's not against you as the applicant. I'm thankful that you're coming to Lake Worth Beach, and thank you for wanting to choose it. I just wish that this would have came about a different way, instead of the way that it did come before us. And I did see that Planning and Zoning and Historical Board gave it 100% approval across both boards.
I do want to clarify too that the extent of the changes were not all those specifically recommended or requested by the applicant. And looking at what they wanted to do, we took it as an opportunity to fix some things that were unclear There were some contradictions. There's a cleanup of the permitted use table as part of this. So this is something we would have gotten to eventually. It may not have been the apparatus aspect of it, but there are, as we implement, as anyone knows, as you implement things and you have rules, things evolve. And so we did need to make some changes to the iPark zoning. And so we took this as an opportunity to include some things that we had on our list that should be addressed and threw them into the proposed zoning request, text amendment, and permitted use table change that the applicant made.
Okay.
They made it far more simple and clear on a lot of aspects because the way it came in was a rather convoluted. And it could have been adopted that way, but I think it would have caused more problems than would have solved.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you, Mr. Segrich.
Look, Vice Mayor, may I address your time concerns of between 5 and 8? I appreciate that. And we did spend quite a bit of time talking with staff about what that means for us. And as much as I can try and give you some level of assurance, 5 o'clock in the morning is not the normal time. And as we talked about and mentioned, that it's an infrequent amount of time that would be 5 in the morning or late at night. It's just the opportunity that we need to have, that when our customers need a certain time, we need to be able to accommodate that time. And that would be true of anyone that has that requirement. So I just wanted to address
Well,
that
of
with
course,
you.
there would be
And-
no limit on how, honestly.
Yeah, I understand that. I understand.
Question, and Mr. Segrich is next. This 4 acres, you said?
Mhm.
Okay. Are there any, and I don't want to pop quiz you, but are there any other areas, parcels up there that would be big enough to other, we know the one on the canal that we have a problem with, but is it something that can pop up a lot because this particular lot does not have any residential around it. I'm just looking at the, it's quite, well, kind of far, well, yeah. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Segrich.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. To address one of the comments from Commissioner Malega, I too share concerns about use of staff time. However, that's kind of a shame on us thing. We have a process, we have an application fee. If that application fee is not enough, it is not these good folks' fault. I'm sure if the application fee was $5,000, they would have paid it. If it was $7,500, they probably would have paid it. They purchased 4 acres of prime real estate within our Park of Commerce, which is not so cheap. So I think it would be unfair to hold that against them. But I do agree with you that with some of these things, it does seem like we spend an inordinate amount of staff time and we don't get recoup that. And we should examine that ourselves, not take it into account here. Yeah. Looking at the hours of operation, I was going to say it's an expansion of the hours of operation to 5 a.m. So that's why it doesn't fall under SB 180. It's actually making it easier. And I think in this case, having been around construction enough, sometimes there is a need to start the job site at 6 a.m. and you got to be able to service the customer. So I am comfortable with a 1 hour increase of that. I don't think it would be too big of a disruption, to the area. We have a lot of our own city big trucks coming in and out of that area all day long, all hours. And so I don't feel that would be too much of a disruption. Looking at the Park of Commerce as a whole, it's really an opportunity zone for our city to attract businesses. And for better or for worse, it hasn't been that easy for businesses to get in there. I know of several of people even trying to get a lease in the Park of Commerce, where it took 9 months negotiating with the city to even get a lease tenant in for simple warehouse and distribution. So I'm for one, I'm excited about getting more clarity for this use. And, to Mr. Waters' point, not all this stuff has to do with this one particular applicant. A lot of this does have to do with cleaning it up and making it more defined. And it was that lack of definition that caused several businesses to not be able to get into the Park of Commerce, others to have undue burden trying to get in there. So I appreciate getting to this level of definition. In terms of the height, any kind of business that needs an apparatus like this is going to need the height. I am for allowing this kind of business in there. I can see several advantages for our city. Having a supply of ready pour concrete within this distance of the city will attract other companies. So for example, we lost a pool company that have been here for a long, long time on H Street. They moved to Boynton because they could not get the gunite here fast enough from their suppliers, and they had to move near a gunite factory that they built in Boynton. So I do see an economic impact beyond just this company. The cost of concrete getting to our job sites, as we have a lot of development going on in the city, will be lowered by having an alternative that is closer for both commercial, residential, and industrial projects that we have. In terms of the height itself, if we're looking at it, it's a very small area right in the middle because of the setbacks of a very large lot. In this one particular case, I don't know if somebody standing outside the lot would be able to tell the difference between a 50-foot tower, a 70-foot tower, and an 80-foot tower in terms of the overall feel of how that would affect their daily lives. I do think it would be a mistake for us not to limit the area or square area of where that height could exist, because when you were speaking earlier on, Mayor, in the back of my head, I'm thinking, oh, geez, we could have the Domino Sugar Factory there,
Exactly.
which I worked in when I was younger, which has apparatus all over the place. It's 90% apparatus and it's humongous. And that we don't want, right? But for something like this, where it's only taking a very small
To limit the area.
percentage, I say we limit the area. Maybe we choose something like 15 or 10%.
There is a component in the code that does that. As
There
proposed.
is.
Yes.
And what is it limited to?
We allow 4 apparatus for the first 13,000 square feet of a site. And then you can have an additional apparatus for each additional 5,000 square feet of site. It's actually under line 372 through 375.
But in terms of the actual size of the apparatus, right? So if I have 4 apparatus and each one is 5,000 square feet, that's not addressed. That's what I'm kind of talking about. So not necessarily the number of them, but maybe we limit the apparatus to not cover more than 15% of the total site. Or
That's
20%.
not part of it. That's not what you just read, Mr.
No, we were specifying what size the parcel had to be in order to be able to have apparatus. This is an additional component that Commissioner Cedric just brought up, and it would not be overly difficult to put that in here. We do have limits on the impervious surface. We do have a limits on the building lot coverage for a property, which I think is 65% across the board in the Park of Commerce. That would include, offices, a parking structure, or the apparatus type things, but it wouldn't be difficult to add either a section, I guess, 10 after line 410 or 411, and provide a maximum area of apparatus site coverage could not exceed a certain number.
10%. Throwing a number out there.
I would say,
Right, yeah.
No, theirs is actually 3.5.
yeah. I mean, I would say like
Well, their apparatus is bigger than the area that's tall is 1%. The whole apparatus is a configuration of the pieces of equipment that
Total
are
apparatus would be lower.
larger.
So the total is 3.
So I think we could propose an item 10 at 411 that shows that we couldn't cover the lot area by more than 10%.
And so for me, that if we were to limit that, that would take away a lot of the height concern, because then the setbacks would force it towards the center, and it would be much less of an impactful. So I would kind of say, to me, that would be a good compromise for us to move forward with and still allow for the height.
Thank you. That's it. Miss, are you done?
Yes.
Okay, Miss Mac, I don't want
Alright.
to step on anybody's.
So kind of like I said, sorry, I have no voice tonight. Like I said last night, everything needs to be said, but not everybody needs to say it. So a lot of what I wanted to say has already been said. I appreciate you adding that on with the 10%, Mr. Segrich. Just some of the question that I was wondering about with 5 a.m. I mean, is it just trucks driving? Like, what is the issue? Is it just very loud construction? I don't understand.
So this is a batch plant. So at 5 a.m., we would actually start our employees at that time to whenever the demand or the orders were placed. And so if that's at 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning that we need to be delivering that concrete, we need to get our operation up and running at that time.
So is it loud? I don't know what a
No,
batch plant is.
No, a batch plant itself is not loud. And the trucks themselves, then they're just revving up as a regular truck, you know,
Okay.
and yeah,
Okay.
So like,
it's not significantly.
It's not like giant
No,
machinery.
no,
stuff.
it's not.
It's gonna wake up the whole neighborhood.
Not at all.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify. It's just, normal business getting
Yes,
going.
yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay, that's what I wanted to clarify.
I used to be in the women in construction, like in Florida, and I had a friend who did that. She was very excited. She had arranged, because they were building high rises in West Palm Beach. Like she had orchestrated this thing, 50 concrete trucks coming in, and the one came in at this time, and the one came in was because you can't.
It's a perishable product.
Yes.
Correct. It's like baking a cake. When you've got cement and stone and water and you're mixing it up, you only have a limited amount of time to deliver.
That's kind of cool. Completely off track. Why isn't it apparati if it's plural? This is driving me crazy.
I'll ask Mr. Waters that one. I don't know.
Octopus is.
It's like, apparatus, apparati.
Oh, no.
Oh, well, you need to go.
We'll keep going until.
Okay, I have no other questions about the apparati.
I have one before William leaves real quick.
Okay.
Can we just change the minimum setback on line 399 from 280 feet from any residential use, school, public or private, including pre-K through 12th grade,
I have
house
it
of
circled.
worship and or care facility to 400 feet?
I have that circled as well.
I would like a bigger buffer moving forward.
We need to check that.
And that doesn't affect you.
It shouldn't affect you
Oh,
guys.
okay.
Yeah, I don't think you have a school right there.
No, it's to the residential.
Right.
So I don't know what that number.
My recollection
Exactly
is
is.
that number was calculated based on the for this applicant.
See, now
So
that's
it's 280 feet is where.
Sorry, the 280 feet is a typical block size in Lake Worth Beach. So it's basically saying that we have to have a block away. I believe the top northwest corner of the trailer park, mobile home park, is less than 400 feet from the said site because it comes from the property line to property line, not the center of the property to the center of the property.
Well, I mean, ask the people who live on G Street. They're not excited about the buildings behind them.
No.
I
It's
just
not
feel that
400 feet.
I just feel that 280 feet is not a big enough buffer for a business like this.
I think if it's a city block, it is.
I believe it with our initial request, we were like at 350 feet. So we were curious, the last minute, you see the 280 we saw today and William just answered that question where that came from. So I think we can.
I would like more the merrier, William. So
Okay.
if it's if they can do 350, I just think that anything that we can do to protect
More,
residents.
We can work on
is-
that before the second reading and.
Yeah.
and
It's
get that-
better,
get
please.
that resolved.
Thank you. I apologize.
Your line's still on.
Oh, that's because we didn't turn it off.
We talked about a percentage of the high area, since it sounds like there's not agreement to limit the height. You suggested limiting the percentage of the thing. Is there any limitation in the way it's written on where that is? Suppose that I want to do this and put it right next to the edge. Is there-
Currently not. There are standard setbacks of the Park of Commerce where things could not start, but it does not specify where the apparatus has to be. The front setback, I think, is 20 to 32 feet. The back setback can be 15 feet, and the side setbacks are based on the width of the property, which off the top of my head, I think is at least 10 feet.
So if something is 80 feet tall and it's set back 10 or 15 feet from the edge of the property, it will be very apparent.
And this is, and I'm sorry I didn't consider this. In other areas of the city, the taller a wall or edifice, the greater the setback is from the property line.
Is that true with this, what we're
We
proposing
didn't
here?
include that because we tried to leave the IPOC as open as possible for things because many structures are fairly tall. The distribution center, in a cold storage facility that you approved. Did it come here? I can't remember. I think it was planning and zoning board, was like 35 feet. And so it does have a lower setback than what we'd have like in residential single family, because the standard setback is 5 feet. But once you get that wall above 18, it grows by a foot each additional foot that wall gets. We could work with the applicant to come up with some side and rear setbacks or apparatus on the street need to take place. However, since this covers all the Park of Commerce, there are, say, plastics manufacturers that might want to come in that have tanks that are vertical that would be next to the building. Well, it may be very difficult to add that tank next to a building if you have traffic patterns that are set and that setback is too great that it conflicts with where the building can sit, because we do have some fairly stringent environmental standards in regards to water management in the Park of Commerce. Even though it's kind of high, a lot of water runs through there. And there is an apparatus that's coming, but it's not going to fall into this, that is going to be very close to a property line. I think it's going to be meeting the minimum, which is 10 feet. But that apparatus is only, I think, 30 feet tall.
Thank you. Do you have another question, Mr. Secretary?
I was going to amend my motion.
Okay, you were the motion maker? Yes, you were.
Yeah.
Would you like
Actually,
to?
No, I was.
No, you were fighting over it.
I was the motion maker, so I'm gonna amend my motion to include what Mr. Segrich is about to say.
So I was going to suggest amending the motion to approve with the addition of on Exhibit E, line 398, where we talk about the buffer distance, to increase that as much as we can and
not
not
vague.
negative. Well, we don't have. the
Oh,
exact
in this
answer.
case?
No, it's not in this case.
Yeah.
This is general.
Yeah, that's why I'm
Yeah.
afraid of that.
Well, Mr. Waters will come back with an exact number.
That would be appropriate
That
for
would
all.
be appropriate.
Oh, okay, okay.
Right, but something, if possible,
Oh, the buffer, okay.
and add a 15% lot coverage restriction on apparatus.
15.
I'm okay with 15, but that is higher than we said earlier. Are you guys okay with that? Okay, so 15% lot coverage with apparatus and as much distance between schools and houses and people.
Okay. Do I have a second to the amended motion?
I second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, Mr. McBoy. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank
Good
you.
luck.
Thank you. We appreciate it. We look forward to being part of Lake Worth.
She was so excited about setting these things up. Yeah, let's take a, you want to take a. Okay, up next are public hearings. I think we're going to take a 5 or 10 minute comfort break for folks and we'll be right
I think
back.
we were already
Madam
at
Clerk?
public hearings, were we not?
I'm sorry?
Yeah, we're at unfinished
Um,
business, Madam Mayor.
Do you want to go?
Well, I'm going to make a plea. I have 4 ordinances tonight to present to you, and there is no other staff except for Elizabeth. If you could indulge me to move those,
Please.
if you could indulge me to move those up, I can get my dog to an emergency care facility.
Are they things time sensitive that you have to do them tonight or can we put them off?
They are time sensitive because some of them have been waiting around for a while.
Okay.
But just to lay your concerns, the vet said that she thinks she'll be fine until the morning, but I do want to get to her an emergency care facility tonight.
Where are we? Item F. And G, land development regulations and traffic.
Would it be unfinished A or unfinished C?
No, it's new business.
It will be unfinished business C. New business F. New business G. And there's another one about, I'm missing one. What is that one?
Yeah, you don't need.
We did 2 already, William.
You did. It's just 3.
Oh, we already had 2. Okay, great. We only have 2 left. Those 2, F and G.
Motion to approve as amended.
Yeah, motion to move unfinished C and new business, no, unfinished C and new business F No, not G.
Not G.
It's not G.
It's not G, I'm sorry.
Unit C,
Oh.
new business F to, the top of unfinished.
Well, yeah, we could just handle them next after the break.
I don't
We'll
think
do
we
it. No,
should
we're
do
gonna
the
have the
break. We
break
should do that
later. We're
first.
gonna do this first.
Thank you.
Oh, all right.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, William,
Okay. All right. So now we are on ordinance 25-17.
I'm not gonna take that right now. We're in the middle of it.
This is ordinance 2025-17, an ordinance of the city of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, amending. chapter
Folks, could we
23,
stop the chatter if it's, we're trying to listen. Thank you.
Article 6 Environmental Regulations, Section 23.6-1 Landscape Regulations, paragraph M7C7, and subsections P and Q related to fee in lieu of replacement of trees, penalties for tree abuse and removal without a permit, and appeals, and providing for severability, conflicts, codification, and effective date.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there staff report?
Is, and again, I'm gonna have to import on Alfonso to get this. Alrighty then. As you might remember, there was a request, I think while I was away out of the country, to make some amendments to the landscape code in terms of the penalties for tree abuse and removal without a permit. Those requested changes for clarification on the penalty portion were submitted to the Planning and Zoning Board and the Historic Resource Preservation Board. Their recommendations in the attached staff report. Then it came before you, and then there was discussion to make additional changes than what was originally proposed in terms of the amounts of the penalties and to move the penalties for tree removal without a permit and hat racking to the city's schedule of fees and charges. So what we have before you tonight is what you had requested that we do. You also asked that we send it back to the Tree and Landscape Board, and they heard it in December and were not happy with any of the recommendations or contents of what was proposed. So they unanimously did not support the proposed changes. That's what is, yes, that's what they said. So what has been included is a reduction by 15% of all the mitigation per inch fees when you cannot actually replace a tree on your site. It's a tree canopy restoration fund fee. That was what was recommended by the commission back, I think, the early part of December. And then all the fees associated or fines associated with the penalties have been taken out and will come back before you as changes to the schedule of fees and charges. Should you move this forward to the meeting on the 20th for second reading, and provided above is what the updated penalty structure would be. These are flat fees, are not based on inch caliper. So whereas right now the fee per inch for say a 3-inch to 6-inch tree is $60 per inch, it's now going to be less than $250 flat fee. Diameter at breast height. It's basically 5 feet off the ground. 4 to 5 feet off the ground.
Okay,
and that's basically it. Yeah.
okay. I'm gonna open this by saying I still have a problem. I think that the tree board should have been addressed in the writing of this. I think they should have had input and not, because it says here, It was because we had problems with it the last meeting. Based on the commission comments regarding the review by the Tree Landscape Board, the revised ordinance was provided to that board for information, but not for formal review and recommendation.
Okay, but that's a little, it went actually to the Tree and Landscape Board twice. Once it was provided them for comment, and then based on your last meeting, it was directed and it was presented to them at their meeting in December.
But did they have an opportunity to make any changes or recommendations?
They recommended that none of it move forward,
Flat out?
flat out.
Did they give a reason? That should we not punish
Well,
people
they
for
were
taking out trees?
Well, we do have penalties and fees, and they felt they should stay this what they are.
Okay. And I had a question on line 70. 71 is, well, 70, any person who violates this section shall pay to the city the base rate penalty adopted by resolution. Violations may be determined by the development review official or the code compliance magistrate. I don't understand where any notice, where's the notice? Is it the same as, I mean, do they get a warning? How does that work? How do they get notice of this violation?
Well, this does comply back to the code compliance section under 162, and we do give a notice of violation. Part of this is to determine what those fees and fines would be in terms of the caliber of the tree, the health of the tree. Again, it's going to be a designation or designee appropriate type thing. I'm not an expert on every kind of tree in the world, and so we would recommend, arborists opine on the health of the tree. Will it have a chance of coming back? And this is in regards to the base penalties when you do work on a tree, like remove it or hat rack it without a permit. Now, also those things that happen can result in a notice of violation and a decision by the special magistrate to run in fine by a certain amount per day, depending on the severity of the issue, until it's remediated. And I can't give you an example of how that can play out, but as an example, in theory, the magistrate has adopted and designated certain tree maintenance programs over 5 years to bring trees back that have been hat racked. Of course, that doesn't run in daily fine for 5 years until the tree is back to its health. Elizabeth she's more directly related with those cases than I am. But other cities have daily fines until the issue has been resolved, which can arrive at a very, very large fee. We've not done daily fines per se on landscape issues because we already had this penalty in the ordinance itself.
So how do they know they've violated? Violations may be determined. How do they know?
They get a notice of violation.
Okay. And on line 102, it says subsection M, sub 7, sub C, sub 7, and subsection. What? I just didn't know what that was. A subsection.
What line are you on? I'm sorry.
102.
102. Well, mine is blank, unfortunately.
101, 102, top of the page, top of page 4.
To answer your question, M7C7 is the section that's being amended in section 2 of the ordinance.
Okay.
It's that table of mitigation.
You're missing a paren after the second 7. Okay, thank you. Okay, I see Mr. Segridge and Mr. McFoy. Mr. Segridge and Mr. McFoy, would you like choose who goes first? All right, Mr. Segridge.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for bringing this back, William. I had a couple of questions. Line 89, section 3. We have the development review official deeming the tree to be salvageable, and then a signed contract needed with an arborist for corrective pruning. Having gone through a couple of these, where the violator had to get an arborist to see if the tree could survive and produce a report to the city, and then enter into a contract with that arborist. What was kind of came back was the arborist that does the report as to whether or not the tree is survivable or not feels it's a conflict of interest to be the person contracted with for the saving plan. And so in here, there's a question for you, William. Are we requiring that the violator pay for an arborist report to show us whether that tree can be salvaged Or is this saying, because as I read it now, it's the city that's making that determination?
There are two options. Because we don't always have a landscape planner or an arborist on staff, because the development review official is the entity responsible for enforcing the LDRs and making sure they're implemented correctly, that person has the authority to designate to the landscape planner if that position is filled, or a contract person of an arborist to determine the condition of the tree and what would be the recommended penalty based on the size of the tree and whatever else. At that point, the property owner can hire an independent arborist to provide a health and saving of the tree plan, which can be presented to us to review by our arborist or landscape planner or myself, or it can be presented to the special magistrate, depending on at what stage of the violation process you are in.
Okay. So I think just in this paragraph, we would need to clarify that, because I know the process was confusing to some people. As I read it here, we're only talking about the city's determination. And there's, at least from what I read, nothing written in there that if the violator disagrees with the determination, they can get their own arborist and that will be reviewed.
I'd also, just to add on to that, it also doesn't say that, the development review official isn't an arborist or a horticulturist, based upon what?
Yeah.
The way it's written, the development review official could just say, yeah, it's salvageable. It's not salvageable.
Well, again, like based on what our conversation was last night, the LDRs are all based on substantial competent evidence. And I can't ensure that you will always have a development review official that's appropriate and ethical. Hopefully you would always have one, but that person would be in violation of the code itself to make a recommendation that was not based on some kind of substantial competent evidence provided by the appropriate party.
So why don't can we put in development review official based on substantial competent evidence? Because we don't want that person to be responsible for that decision without some background.
We could add that, and I think it would be added in two places.
So I would support that. And I think also adding in there that if there is discrepancy or they wanted to appeal that, they could get their own opinion.
Is it appellate processing?
It just doesn't, not at this point.
There is an appeal process. I think we kept it that you can appeal to the Planning and Zoning Board or the Historic Resource Preservation Board as appropriate, based on the decision of what has been made in terms of other extenuating circumstances. It's kind of like a variance. I don't agree with the penalty or the assertion of assertion that has been arrived at, and you can appeal to one of those boards. The appeal process for the magistrate is to court. So there's two different processes here, and it's unusual that we have two, but that's just how this works in our LDRs and in code compliance section, which because chapter 2 of the city's code of ordinances.
So you'd be happy if we put in there that just plainly say that the offender, the alleged offender, has the opportunity to employ their own expert.
If we're going to do that, and that may put us beyond what we can approve tonight, somebody would have to provide the mediation or compromise as to if they're conflicting, what entity makes a decision of who's right and who's wrong. That because the development review official would have done our evidence from the landscape plan or an arborist, and somebody has something else. That's where right now the special magistrate makes that decision.
Special magistrate would make that decision, which is then appealable.
After that, yes.
Right.
And I just want to make sure, and Elizabeth may have, as us have to meet after this to make sure that's clear. I know that this refers to the code compliance process as an avenue to deal with violations. Off the top of my head, I can't recall, because you don't have the whole landscape code here, because the whole landscape code is like 75 pages.
Yeah, the concern there is a lot of people, they get their magistrate notice and they think that they're going to show up to the magistrate and have a discussion and get more clarity.
Yeah,
and then they realize that, oops, you're showing up to a hearing and you don't have any evidence. So I would just suggest that for that. The other,
I'd like that to be on every notice of violation, and I've been unsuccessful in getting that.
I would agree with you. The other thing, I don't know where it would go in this, But so for the sake of argument, we enter into a 3 to 5 year salvation plan for this tree or trees. What happens if it dies within that period? There should then be on the replacement plan. Otherwise, it's
As
pointless.
it is now, if you do not successfully implement your health and safety plan for your tree, then you're stuck in the aspect of you replace it in kind, caliper by caliper, which has kind of been changed a little bit here, or you pay the fee.
So I didn't, and it might be in here, I didn't read anywhere where it says that actually has to happen. Where
Well, it basically, it's going to be stipulated in the order by the special magistrate. This is the plan at the because they require updates from the applicant or the property owner like every 6 months or every year to give a test. Yes, we're being successful, we're doing well. And if it dies and goes south, then your violation comes back that you originally had and your tree is gone and you're going to be in lieu of payment or trying to mitigate it caliper by caliper on the property.
Okay, so by virtue that they created the plan gets approved by the magistrate. They then agreed with the city that they are going to successfully complete the plan or get X fine. Okay, so that satisfies that. On line 102, would it be possible to give them the option to replace it, not necessarily in that parcel, but in another agreeable area, maybe ×2? So for example, they've got a parcel where they couldn't possibly replace that tree. They built the building too big or what have you, or it's one of our 25-foot lots and so on has happened. They want to add trees elsewhere in the city and the city has a need for that.
That was the discussion we were having when we had the previous discussion about tree replacement with penalties. Was we are waiting on discussions with you for a policy of how private entities would plant trees on public property, either because they would like to give the trees to the city or in furtherance of replacement in lieu of on property other than their own.
So that'll probably come back later as part of that discussion.
Yes.
Okay.
Just don't know when that's going to be.
Yep. I think the last thing I had was on line 127, that section 3 there about appeals. So the appeals shall be limited in scope to the applicable amount of penalty based on the size of the abused or removed tree. The adopted penalty amount should not be reduced. So basically just to clarify, what that's saying is you can't appeal actually getting the penalty. You can only appeal, I thought I cut down a 5-inch tree. You're telling me it's a 7-inch tree.
Or you could appeal, say, the condition of the tree, which then generates how you have to replace it.
So this doesn't say condition. It just says size. So my concern there would be the condition of the tree. It's a sick tree. It's dying, but also insurance requests. So for example, I've had my homeowner's insurance request that I cut down a tree.
Well, I mean, we can back up to your other question because my lines are not the same as yours. I don't know why that's the case. I put this out from Unicode, but I'm line 150. The penalty is based on the size of a tree. So could you re-ask your question that you have
Sure.
about that one section?
Yeah. So it's saying the appeal is only appealing the size determination.
Right.
What I'm saying is the appeal should include things like the condition of the tree, where my arborist says that tree was going to die. It was terribly infested with whitefly and had to be removed. And the city's arborist said, no, it's a perfectly healthy tree. I would think that would be a grounds for appeal. The other example that I could think of is where insurance is saying this tree is a safety hazard and we are disagreeing with that.
Well, keep in mind too that this is set up for people who don't follow the rules. Our intention is that if you get a letter from your insurance agent saying that the tree is a problem, you come to us, talk to us, we work out a way to deal with that tree and you remove it appropriately with a permit.
Okay. That makes sense. So
but I do agree that when you on that number 3, we can put based on the size and or condition of the abused or removed tree.
So, I don't know if it's appropriate to make the motion now for approval, Mayor, or more discussion.
One more light on.
Okay. But I guess in summary of my questions and that my 2 things would then be, clarifying the appeal that the individual can get their own arborist and do that. And then adding the condition of the tree as an appealable state. We didn't do it in the beginning, so that's why I was gonna make it now.
Some clarification.
Mhm.
So on the owner's ability to bring in an independent arborist, are you looking for that to be in the appeals section? That would be one of the things that evidence that they would need to bring for their appeal for the condition of the tree, for example?
Yeah, a gentle reminder to them that they should do that.
I would add that before a violation is cited, that the owner have the opportunity to bring their expert into the city, before we got a violation started, that the owner could bring their arborist in and say, hey, listen, and discuss with the city whether or not, before it's an appeal, once you're on that train of violation, that's a train that does not stop so easily.
To Mr. Waters' point, though, if they applied for a permit and we said, no, it's a healthy tree, you can't do it, at that point, they would get their own arborist and have that outside of this violation context. This is someone skipped the permit, went and did it. So I think they need to have that violation.
Notice of violation is a multiple step process. It could be done with a courtesy notice saying, hey, you broke the rules. Or it can be a letter and it has two parts. It has, please contact your co-compliance officer. You have a specified amount of time to address your violation. If it's not addressed within that time frame, then it goes to the magistrate with a particular date, and we have both things in the same notice. But as long as you are proactively working with the city to try to resolve your problem, we can extend and postpone that special magistrate. The most important thing to do when you get a notice of violation is call the city so you understand what is being asked of you, why it is a problem, and then work out a plan to mediate or absolve you of the violation that has occurred at your property.
Which is why I have asked for a long time to have that notice of violation, the first part of that notice of violation in bold print, say that, because I represent a lot of people that got those letters. And when you start reading a letter from the city, notice of violation, your brain goes foggy and it's very hard to determine what the steps are. So I've asked, I'll reiterate that ask about, let's make our notice to violators much more open and easy to understand. I think we need to, that's something I've just always tried to get done, because then people would understand that. They would know that there's an appeal, that they can work. People don't know that they can work with this.
Are you asking for consensus for that?
Sure.
I would consent.
Okay.
Anyone else?
For that to amend the letter. So I have a motion.
We haven't made a motion
Okay,
yet.
Mr. McVoy.
My concern is sort of stepping back a little bit. And I think people who pay attention to trees in the city would observe two things. One, that we do not have a particularly robust tree canopy in the city, that it could be much better. And two, that whatever processes we've had in place to discourage people from doing, I guess it's three things, from doing things that are not helpful to trees, don't seem to work. And the third thing that I think needs to be very relevant, if you get a code violation that you painted your shutters the wrong color, or you left them up too long, or you lowered them down too far, or whatever it is, that is generally speaking reversible. It may involve some money spending, but it's usually reversible. Most things that you do to a tree, or the problems that people who pay attention to trees in the city see and report, are things that somebody's cut something down and cut it down pretty major. Sometimes it's just hat racking, and maybe you can recover from that, maybe you can't. But a lot of times it's simply cutting stuff down. So my question would be, since this commission and other commissions before it have been very clear, we do want a good tree canopy in our city. And I think sometimes there's been some clarity that my second point, that whatever we're doing doesn't work very well. My question would be on this overall thing, does it move the needle in the direction that we will increase our tree canopy and make people more inclined to not do irreversible things? Or does it soften that and make it more likely that people will do irreversible things and we'll have an even worse tree canopy? I don't know who needs to answer that question, but I think all of us, before we vote, should make that evaluation. Are we going in the direction that helps things out? Or are we going in the direction that basically says, "Nuts, you shouldn't have done that"?
Thank you. And this is again, yes, when somebody cuts down a tree, usually it's over a weekend, that's irreversible. However, that's the violation. Then they enter the violation process. So I mean, that. Can we stop people from cutting down trees on the weekends? I doubt it. But if they do find that they are getting, if word gets out that we're finding people, that we're taking it more seriously, that word hopefully will spread and people will be a little more conscious. And we can have right, Mr. Segrich?
I was just gonna answer that really quick. I don't think it moves the needle in either direction. I think it clarifies a section of our code that was very tough to read at best. It's being generous to it, and could be easily misinterpreted and easily challenged in court. And I think this adds clarity to it. And I think it's a carrot, Mr. McVoy. What you're trying to get at is the carrot and the stick. This is the stick. You violate it. It's quite hefty penalties. Even now, they add up to tens of thousands of dollars. I would agree with you that we don't have much of a carrot in this city to promote people to plant more trees and to do better. We do have a tree board. It would be good to see the tree board educating more new homeowners when they purchase homes and come in. A lot of these hat racking violations, which is most of what this deals with, come about because people just don't understand. They tell their landscaper, trim my tree for hurricane season. They pay them $5,000, and then all of a sudden they get a $15,000 code violation, which in a lot of cases could cost them their home because they can't pay that. And so,
Homeowner.
yeah,
Protected if it's a homestead. It's not, they're not going to lose their home if it's homesteaded.
$15,000 violation for a mistake that your landscaper made would affect you quite seriously. So I would like to make a motion to approve this with the amendments as discussed of adding to a line to educate the violator that they should get an arborist's opinion where they have that right to counteract within the appeals process. And the second one was that in that section 3, that the appeals are basically limited to size and condition of the tree, not just size.
Can we use the words and/or?
Yes. And
So
slash,
it may be both.
Sure.
And either one or the other.
yes, and/or.
And could you also, because of the extent of the changes, and this has to be, and I'm trying to save Melissa, this is supposed to go out in the agenda packet, I think in 2 days, which doesn't leave much time for Elizabeth, and I'm likely going to be kind of involved for a couple of days.
Second reading, you mean?
Yeah, so I was going to propose if we could have the second reading, which we can still advertise in time, the first meeting in February.
Sure.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
I just don't know what that date is. I'm sorry.
I'll second his motion.
Okay, thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. Mr. McCoy, you gonna vote?
Nay on the count that I'm
Okay.
not convinced that it helps.
Okay, now we're gonna jump ahead to. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Howell. I'm sorry. I have one public comment card and I've been looking at it and I thought about you when I talked about the tree board. Sorry about that.
I have one as well, Madam Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, great. Thank you.
Jenny Powell, 224 North Palm Way. I'm on the tree board. I'm not here representing the tree board. I'm here representing myself. I had more comments than anybody on this issue when it did come back to us for, a yay or nay. And we were, it was unanimous. And it wasn't because we didn't think some justification and penalties or changes, we thought it was too much. That it was too liberal, that there wouldn't be enough stick. And a case in point, I think actually this whole thing, if I recall, came about because of the improper trimming, hat racking of trees at the Dunkin' Donuts on South Dixie Highway. Is that Does that ring any bells?
One of
They were crepe myrtles.
This started
It's been talking a long time.
like back in the end of August, beginning in September.
Okay.
And it's in relation to several property owners, single family homes on, I think, South Palm Way area that had pretty hefty fines, and they had no way to remediate or plant the trees that were going to cover their penalty. And so I think Mr. Cedric asked us to bring something forward. Like I said, while I was away, and Elizabeth and the city manager and others worked together to bring something forward.
Okay. All right. Maybe it was the timing, but I think one of the things that I disputed also with these penalties, proposed base penalty structure, is that there's a lot of difference between a crepe myrtle and a live oak. More show and tell tonight. This is probably a lot of you have seen this picture. Of the coupons, I believe it was South Ocean. Okay. Well, you can't tell what this tree is because it's been severely hat racked. It's an oak, and that's probably at least a 12-inch oak. I didn't take this picture. So, I mean, that's a much more valuable tree than a crepe myrtle. So I know it's difficult to rate it based on species, but I thought that was something that you were trying to get at a previous meeting, Commissioner Segrich, that even though in this part of the country, crepe myrtles don't respond quite the same way as they do in Virginia, which is where they're more native to. But that's an extremely valuable tree that you're looking at. And my understanding is that was somebody, a homeowner turned that over to a contractor, didn't watch what they were doing, wanted the tree trimmed, and this is what they got. The tree board at one time wanted to consider some way to, I know I'm not making a presentation, I'm making a comment, but we wanted a way to go after the contractors, but that's not possible because they're not all based in Lake Worth. So my point is that is one reason that we didn't agree with the base penalty, because there is such a difference in species, and that the cost of either you can't restore this tree. That tree cannot be repaired. It will probably.
Thank you. That's time.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
I have one comment. Sam Smith, 109 North Palmway. I write to respond to previous comments on this topic from the commission. Ignorance of the law is no excuse. The fact that new homeowners and developers don't know or don't care that they need a permit to cut down a tree is no excuse and should not factor into any discussions of fines. The fact that you moved from Ohio and could cut down any and all trees on your property, and now you live in the city of Lake Worth Beach and you get fined for cutting down a tree is your own fault. I am not sure why commissioners are making excuses for resident and developer ignorance on this topic. We certainly don't have similar discussions about property owners who get fined for ignoring historic preservation or zoning or permit ordinances. That's it on this topic.
Thank you. And looking at that, I mean, no crepe myrtle is going to have the diameter of a trunk that oak tree does.
Well, may I interject a little bit, because I'm from North Carolina and we have crepe myrtles and a variety of other trees that do better when they are pruned fairly significantly, because the crepe myrtle only blooms on its new growth area, and the crepe myrtles can have a fairly big trunk, maybe not at the breast height because they have multiple stems, but we do have a proposal from Chenmore to do a best practices review of our landscape code and to put together a tree and maintenance plan, a brochure, design guidelines for us. I don't recall the figure. It's been with this, it's in the city manager's office. We've had it since before Christmas. We want to bring it to your attention. It's right around $100,000 to review the entire landscape code and then put together design guidelines, including tree maintenance and installation parameters, because we have a myriad of issues in terms of code compliance. And Ms. Powell bringing up making a distinction for different types of trees. Some trees you prune pretty severely, others you should not. And so we wanted to do, as a staff person, and we don't have a landscape planner in place yet, but we hope we have one one day, to provide a more current 21st century plus landscape code that would take some of these into consideration. It would also include maybe a map or something that designates where you all would like to see in lieu of trees planted on city property. But that's a lot of things to do. But I think it's something that we need because we really haven't looked at a landscape code with any real intensity since it was written, I think about 2008 or 9, because it was in place before I got here.
Okay, and that's gonna come before us for approval for the expenditure? That's.
We can, but I think we want to talk to you each individually.
Right, of course, I'm
one-on-ones
just, but that's
first.
not, that we haven't, that hasn't happened yet, that's just something we're talking about. Okay.
But we do have the proposal in hand.
Mr. Savage?
Really quick, we did give consensus to have staff come back with recommendations based on type of tree and,
Yeah.
and stuff like that. So that is on the list of,
Right.
of things.
Okay, so we have a motion.
You already voted.
We voted on to the next one, which with Mr. Waters is ordinance
2529.
F.
This is
Ordinance
29, the ordinance of the city of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, amending chapter 23 land development regulations, article 4 development standards, section 23.4-10 off-street parking, paragraphs F, 3, and G, related to fee in lieu of parking and electric vehicle charging infrastructure and providing for severability, conflicts, codification, and effective.
Thank you very much.
Motion to approve?
Okay.
Second.
Okay, are there any public comments, Madam Clerk, on this one?
I'm sorry, because things got switched around. Let me just see. New
Okay,
business.
sorry.
No,
Okay, great. What is our the fees collected, the in lieu fees? Is it still per space, an X amount per space?
Yes,
And do you know how much that is?
25,000. It's in our schedule of fees and
Right,
charges.
that's what I thought. Okay, I don't really think it. Ms. Stokes?
Hi, Kim Stokes, 1321 North L Street. If I'm remembering the backup correctly, and there's a lot going on, so I might not be. I think you guys are changing the fund that the fees are going into from a community benefit fund to like a parking fund. And I request that you don't be too restrictive. I do think it's okay to use these fees to help offset the issues with mobility that developments who don't have enough parking are going to create. But I'd like to open that up to funding things like the circuit and other ways to move people around town and not strictly like parking. So if it's, I can't remember how strict it was, but I remember reading it and thinking this seems kind of limited. So I'd like you to open it up a little bit, make it more about mobility than parking. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. McBoy?
I had several comments. One,
Mike.
Mike.
I can address what Mrs. Stokes brought up real quickly.
Okay, sure.
It's in line D and for my code at 69, and the money can be spent for parking infrastructure, improvements, maintenance, and operations within the core. So in theory, it could be used to help with circuit because that will be a parking and infrastructure component of the core. But remember that circuit goes outside the core, which then raises a little bit weirdness there, but I'm sure we can figure that out before second reading.
Would it be appropriate to add to increase mobility in there? I mean, would that be a bad thing to?
The purpose of the fee is for the city to be able to have a fund that it can use to build more parking that is not being provided on a specific site. So if a site can't accommodate parking, it pays this fee and the city places that parking in some other location. That's the purpose.
I understand that, but if you had more mobility choices, you wouldn't need as much parking, I think is what Ms. Stokes was getting at.
And I think that, we have, this is derived out of our comprehensive plan that basically it states that because parking is limited downtown and so many properties do not have parking, the city has made one of its goals and objectives is that as businesses come in and cannot provide their own parking, we will do it on their behalf based on a fee they're going to pay. I'd have to look at our mobility plan that you guys have adopted, or we're still working on to see whether mobility, we don't have an exchange rate between mobility and parking, but I can ask WGI to look at that. But if you don't mind, can we leave it the way it is now? And it is something we're going to visit because we're going to be getting another presentation soon on the mobility ordinance as well as the fee.
Okay.
It's coming up. It's delayed by a couple
That's right,
months.
'cause it's gonna be the mobility fee as opposed to an impact fee.
Yes.
That's right. I forgot about that. Okay. Yeah, so I just like knowing that there's money going for mobility. I think that's a good point she made.
Can I come back to my comment?
Yeah, yes,
And I don't appreciate the sigh. I had started on a comment and staff.
And I'm sorry, I'm Commissioner.
Boy, well, there were various, and I don't really appreciate
All right, thank
somebody.
you. Go ahead.
So one of my comments was exactly that. I would prefer, for exactly the reasons that Commissioner May stated, to make it a mobility fund rather than a parking infrastructure, because we all have been educated by WGI and various other consultants that one objective is to build more parking. Another better alternative use is to offer alternative means of mobility, and that reduces your need for parking. So you're getting at the same thing, but you're broadening the ways you can get there. So I would encourage strongly that we make it either a mobility fund or a transportation benefit fund, something that reflects that variety of uses. I think Mr. Waters addressed the issue that makes sense to me, that funding circuit might make a good deal of sense out of this, because it certainly reduces the need for parking. So let's incorporate something that makes sure that that's allowed. I hear the concern about it's in the core, it's not in the core, circuit goes in and out. Hopefully we put it in the fund for circuit and tell them, don't spend it when you're going outside of the core.
Well, I will advise that, because we may have people that read this and challenge us on the rational nexus of how it's spent. How our comp plan is written right now, it's really dedicated to parking and issues in the core. Our mobility program is the entire city. So I would respectfully recommend that we deal with what you're bringing up in a broader context when we move to the next steps of the mobility plan, the mobility fee, and the mobility ordinance.
Yeah, because this is
Because there will be a separate fee brought up in fund like this one for the mobility to park money in as we get development in the city.
Yeah.
Okay, point taken. I will hope that we will deal with it better there. My other point related to electric vehicles, and let me go back to the thing. If I understand correctly, we currently do require buildings to provide electric vehicle charging stations, and we do it, if my math is correct, at a ratio of 1 electric vehicle station per 24 parking, or maybe 25, I don't know, one of the two, which is a pretty small number. And I think anybody who is watching, reads the business section of most any major newspaper, will tell you that electric vehicles are on the ascendancy worldwide. They will be coming. Prices are helping with that, et cetera, et cetera. So we already have a quite minimal requirement of 124, 25. Let's not take that away. Let's at least keep that.
Unfortunately, Florida has made the decision that the market will drive whether EV spaces are provided or not, and we statutorily cannot require them of development. That's why this came forward. We are not happy, but we've been directed that we have to do this. Unfortunately.
Quite the enlightened state government, I must say.
Hi, so I agree with you on the electric vehicle. I own a hybrid and I was very upset over the state legislation again. Is there any way that we could do the opposite and perhaps encourage electric vehicle?
Sorry, now that it's not required, if you provide them of your own will, the additional cost of that space versus a regular space can be counted toward your sustainable bonus requirements.
So we have that now in our language.
It's already anything that you provide that is in furtherance of sustainability. That's a really big definition that's not required by the dictates of our code. The value of that can be attributed to the sustainable bonus. And it includes mobility, parking, rides. There's like 27 categories of things you can spend money on. And that definitely would be one.
Okay, and what about the parking in lieu of? What if instead of, if they couldn't come, if they were going to be 2 spots short, but they made one of them an EV spot? Is that possible? Or 1 for 3 or some kind
Well,
of.
we're looking at parking spaces versus the type of space. If you're
Right.
short 2 spaces, you can't really create.
Well, no, even like compact spaces can be smaller than 1.
Right, we do allow that to count. 25% of the required parking can be alternate spaces like compact spaces. It could be bicycles, motorcycles, a variety of things. we it's a shell game, but if somebody were to provide EV spaces, and I can't speak for Ed, but I think an EV space costs probably several $1,000s additional more than a space would be, that could be put in the sustainable bonus fund, but they would still have to pay $25,000 in lieu of for the spaces they couldn't get. So the net payment from the developer would be 22,000 versus 25.
I do agree about the conversation with where the funds should go. But again, let's keep in mind that we are trying to enforce parking downtown. And this parking fund needs to be funded if we want people to be enforcing parking on weekends and after 5 p.m. And if we need to hire more people, we need to pay more people. And, you know, we have residents all over the core and everywhere else saying, I'm tired of people parking in front of my house and I can't get in front of my house. So this is hopefully going to lead to a bigger, more successful parking program to help people have access to their own parking in front of their home.
Mr. Stowe, we have one public comment, Mr. Stowe.
Richard Stowe, 414 North Federal Highway. And I would encourage the commission to vote against this LDR proposal and learn more about parking benefit districts and residential parking benefit districts and what they can provide in terms of income for, you know, the uses that the stakeholders feel best move their prosperity forward.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye, Mr. Waters, I think.
Thank you
that
very much for your indulgence and
Our best wishes go to your little
What's
pup.
the 1 and the 2 on that? Segrich was 1, you were 2?
Oh, motion and second.
Sorry, I'm totally losing my voice. Go kiss the puppies.
The puppy, take care of the puppy. Okay. Back to unfinished B. No, A we did.
A,
Discussion, the downtown trees. All right, we're gonna take a comfort break now because Mr. Waters is gone, so we're gonna take a little break.
I went on a break early. I might.
Thank you. Where are we?
Madam Mayor, it is 8:41 and we have reconvened. We are
We'll be
with
there in a second.
unfinished business.
folks. Okay. Okay, folks, we're gonna. The earlier we start, the earlier we get out of here. I have to go home and pack. I'd love to get back to work. Alrighty, back in session. Mr. McBoy? Keep your light on. We're not doing anything right now.
I'm prepared.
Okay.
Boy Scouts, what do you want?
I
I believe
finished-
we're starting
All
a
right.
discussion.
Yeah, thank you. I got it. Okay, we're back in business, Madam Clerk, at what, I have 8:42.
Okay, we'll go with 8:42.
All right. Okay, unfinished business, a discussion regarding downtown trees. Discuss this amongst yourselves. What?
Well, Madam Mayor,
Yep.
based on that last meeting, it was asked to have continue the conversation and bring it back again.
Right.
Unfortunately, no, this was approved at a previous meeting.
Right.
So staff had moved forward with it. At the last meeting, I just wasn't aware of the current status of what was going on because I didn't know we were going to be discussing it then.
Right.
But we put everything in the backup. I did mention that we have moved forward. We had already purchased the trees at that point, the Doohoon hollies. We own them, but we did put a pause on the installation.
Okay.
So now if there is a desire to go with a different type of tree, as I mentioned in the backup, we would have to identify funds from somewhere else in the city to purchase additional trees and then also determine where we're going to plant the trees we've already purchased. So
Question, has anybody suggested an alternate place for these trees if that happens? I don't know if it's gonna happen, but I mean, do we have an idea of where they could go?
all we did was based on the last meeting, we put a pause on the installation downtown and added this to this agenda.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. Mr. McBoy, you have relied on, and then Sarah. Oh, then Sarah, and then you. Sarah, then you.
Okay. So the recognized authority in South Florida, as I've mentioned a number of times, is the Institute for Regional Conservation. I believe they're based in either Boynton or Delray Beach. As I've also mentioned before, they're both nationally and internationally recognized for both their ecological and botanical expertise, but also for having taken that another step to not just where things occur naturally and what environments, but how they do in planted situations, urban situations. So I thought I would look and see what they had to say about the Doohoon holly, because I know it from my own field experience, but I thought we'd look at a reliable source. General landscape uses: an excellent accent or specimen tree or large shrub in moist to wet locations, but it is intolerant of and will languish in drier soils. Ecological restoration notes that a common element of wetland thickets and swamp margins. That's how I know it also. That's why I've raised the concern that yes, you can water the thing, but you're committing to much more watering than if you put something that is appropriate for the habitat that would be here, a drier habitat. And even if you water it regularly, part of what goes along with being in wetter habitats is different soil. There's a lot more organic matter in the soil when you have a wetter habitat. Gets different chemistry and all that stuff. So, and to address a little bit the mayor's question of where else would we put these? Well, I'm not sure what we would do with them because we don't have wetland habitats in Lake Worth. It's scrub or flatwoods, and those are drier habitats. If you look at a couple of the other species, other people may have some thoughts, but here is Blolly, also called beef tree, Guapira discolor. What they say about that one, accent tree or shrub, buffer plantings, common in coastal hammocks, blah, 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 blah. Use local germplasm, don't get it from somewhere else because it'll do better. But understory shrub and pine rocklands or the Miami Rock Ridge. That's something that will grow in a drier location. So that might be a possibility. Oops, that's different list. Black ironwood is slow growing, but it's a hammock species that would be a reasonable choice for here. It is slow growing. It does spread pretty well. It's pretty hard wood, so the concerns of it blowing down might be less. Somewhere here I had, yeah, here it is, satin leaf, which Dave McGrew was already planting around town. Sometimes it can be a little hard to get it started, but once it's going, it does pretty well. But it also is moist soils. It's not as soggy as Dahoon holly. It's not as much of a wetland one, but so it might or might not do well. So all I can tell you is it seems like planting Dahoon hollies, it's a fine tree. It's just, as David McGrew used to say, and other horticulturists would say, you got to plant the right tree in the right place. They pay attention to what they evolve to grow in, and they don't necessarily. Some things are very wide ranging, they do, but a lot of things don't.
Thank you. Who's next? Sarah? Ms. Malega?
So I'm perplexed on this because we gave direction. I wish that we would have caught this prior to. These are the times where I say we have a tree board, and I wish that they would have had conversation. Did they see this before?
The tree board approved this.
Okay.
And that was
forgive me,
part
'cause
of
I wasn't
the
at the
original
meeting when
item.
You guys paused this.
Yeah, it was part of the
I
original
listened
item.
to it, but I wasn't here. So the tree board approved the Dahoons. So our biggest concern is that they're gonna not make it because it's too drought. Biggest concern is that they're gonna get too big for the square foot area that they're in. Or
I
that,
think the two big concerns are that they probably won't do very well because it's too dry a habitat for what they like, and that they tend to be narrow. So if you have a goal of having sort of the characteristic picturesque canopy over our downtown where you want people to be able to sit outside, you're not going to get it from Dahoon hollies. It
So
doesn't
I'm
doesn't
wondering-
shape that
I'm
way.
wondering why then what our tree board that we lean on would not have told us that in the beginning. Or given us insight to say, hey, that's a good tree, however, this might be a better one. So that's where I'm a little bit perplexed. We've already spent money.
Okay.
We have the trees, and I mean, that's what we have the boards for. So I was just really confused on why, if we went before the tree board, why are we having this conversation?
Thank you. Ms. Meg?
So in kind of in regards to what Vice Mayor Maliga just said, and any sort of problem with this tree did not come up until the last minute at the last meeting. And the direction was to ask the city manager to find out where we were in the payment process and where we were in the securing of the tree process. We found out we've already secured the trees, basically, and we've already paid for them. So I'm making a motion that we plant these Dahoon hollies downtown in the 13 spots as planned.
Oh, I did have one more thing. I apologize.
Okay, Ms. Malega?
We agreed that that we would focus on the downtown and all of from the roundabout to Federal Highway.
No, these were the 13 trees that were taken out.
I know, but I'd like to know if we have not now, not a pop quiz, but do we have a plan to plant any of these trees on the opposite side of Dixie Highway? So there's some kind of consistency.
Yes, but not part of this process. Yeah, the goal is to, in the next 2 years, and you'll see it as we move into the budget process, to be allocating funds to do more trees in our downtown corridor.
Well,
Well,
that'll
we'll
come
be
up.
bringing that back,
Right.
but it sounds like this would be the last to do. it.
I need a second for the motion.
Let's move forward.
So, yeah, on my,
Ms. May has made a motion. I need a second.
Second.
Okay, I have a question. The proposal, we're gonna remove the existing palms that are there. We're gonna take palms
they
out.
already removed.
They're gone. The ones that are gone already? Okay. Okay, Mr. Zegrich.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So my concerns are similar to Mr. McVoy's about the survivability of these trees. I voted against it the first time. When looking at our downtown and we're picking trees, we have to pick them for survivability, but it's also about the aesthetic and creating a canopy in the downtown. And, you know, besides the survivability issues of these trees, I can't find a single town that has them in their downtown. Now, I made note of going into Boynton, into Boca, into Jupiter, into Stewart. Pretty much everywhere has some sort of version of live oak or canopy tree. Winter Haven, up near Orlando, Winter Park, I'm sorry. So, you know, I think we picked these trees out of ease and what's going to be easiest to maintain. And I think it's unfortunate that a lot of times in our city, we do things because it's the easiest route, not necessarily because it's what's best. So I'm not for this. I would rather see us have something like a sand live oak, which doesn't have as much of the root problems as our existing ones. It's unfortunate that, you know, again, I voted against it in the beginning. So, you know, it's unfortunate that we are where we are in the timeline. And if we don't want to go back and correct the issue, we don't want to go back and correct the issue. But I would rather see us do something that's going to have a little bit more longevity and achieves some of the other goals, like a real canopy and a real aesthetic for our downtown.
And, okay, so you're suggesting that the money that we've already spent.
I mean,
So you're saying that another
the-
$113,000 or something.
I don't think we spent 113,000.
No, but there's-
About 50.
we getting that?
The golf course still needs trees on that hole that we were supposed to modify and add trees. It's practically the closest we have to a wetland.
Pretty much a wetland.
And given their structure, I was previously going to suggest that we put some sea grape in there, like the par 3 golf course across the way has, to create that wall. What we have there now are pitifully small areca palms, which are next to fungus infected areca palms, which aren't going to last. Something like this could add structure, could achieve the goals of that. So it wouldn't necessarily be money wasted to put in to block that sand bunker as well as that tee box. But, you know, so that's where I sit on it. I understand that it's a shame that we got this far, but it's never too late to correct a mistake. And I would vote to correct the mistake.
Okay,
This is still on.
oh, it's still on, Ms.
Yeah.
May.
Sorry.
It looks so off.
No, sorry, it's on. Oh, I was going to ask City Manager Brown. I know that we talked about that we do want to have a canopy, but we also, can you repeat what you said about the trees and the buildings?
So the criteria that we're using, and we did speak to the tree board about that as well, is we were looking for something that produced little to no fruit or flowers just for maintenance purposes, because it just causes
Right,
when
not
it gets wet,
messy.
yeah, it gets slippery too. We didn't want an extensive root system. We didn't want something with a shallow root system, because that's what we have right now that pops up the pavers and we want to have issues on the street. We also wanted something that could be contained within an actual root barrier and not an elevated root barrier, because some require an elevated root barrier. And
Okay.
we didn't want that as well. So we had multiple criteria when we were looking at these. One of the others was, for canopy purposes, something that didn't spread really wide, because we're really close to buildings on both sides. You're going to have to keep trimming that. Well, as the other side grows and grows and grows, and we keep trimming this side, you have this effect. And I would love to have one of those amazing canopies where
Yeah.
the entire road is
But
covered.
it's going to look like Forest Hill.
Unfortunately, for our downtown, being so close to buildings, when you have a tree that grows so far one direction and not the other, 6 months out of the year, we have this weird thing called hurricane season. You have the stability issue, especially if you don't have a deep, like a live oak or like an actual really deep root system where that can happen. In downtown, we just don't have the ability to do that. So we were trying to find a tree that fit within these things. Unfortunately, a massive canopy just, it would look great, but
It would be practical.
it's not really practical for downtown.
Okay.
So that was part of all of the criteria we utilized when we were looking at all these different types of tree. Again, we took it to the tree board. We brought it here for approval. I mean, I don't know what else we can really do other than go through all those steps. And again, during that process, we weren't pulling one way or another for any particular tree. It was just, this is what it kind of came down to. That's what was approved, and that's what we moved forward with.
Yeah, I mean, if we were making a new city like Westlake, we could have wide trees and just big setbacks of our properties. And utopia. But we don't have that. So I think there was a problem with, we want a canopy, but we want a canopy that's practical and manageable for our downtown. If the tree board has said, the experts that we have said that this can survive. And how tall do they go?
It was 20 to 30.
Okay, so it's tall. It'll make shade.
And we do, and we have the flower pots all throughout the downtown Lake and Lucerne. The water truck gets used on a daily basis. We're down there anyway.
And would that
Because we
continue?
don't have
Even that would
irrigation
just
downtown.
continue?
It continues.
Okay. So are there any public comments on this? I see a card. Do I have a card? Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments on this?
I do not, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, Peggy Fisher. Followed by Catherine Kohlmeyer.
Peggy Fisher, 508 North A Street. Robert's rule question would be, when it was first voted upon by the commission, it was a 3-2 vote. Commissioner McVoy was a nay. So if I remember right, to have it brought back up, it has to be brought back up by a yay. But that may be wrong. But I was in the tree board when they did discuss this. They did bring it forward. They did vote on it. So it was discussed there. My question would be, why, when it came forward on December 2nd, why wasn't all this research that we're now a month later hearing about, why wasn't that brought forth? But instead, we approved it, and $50,000 to $51,000 have been spent. So now we're trying to find a place to put $51,000 worth of trees that we're going to go in downtown to benefit all residents. So the option now, let's put them on the golf course so we can benefit the people who play golf. And I will say, I agree with, let's put trees all through the downtown from the roundabout to the bridge, because there isn't anything being added under this round west of the railroad tracks. So I think living on the west side, it's very obvious to see where the attention continually gets focused, which is unfortunate because we have a lot of things on the west side, like our police department, our fire department, Compass, and we contribute as much as anybody else. So as a resident, I don't want us to waste $52,000 worth of the city's money. I'd rather put them in and water them appropriate, keep them in a wet environment. It was recommended by the arborist being used at the time and concurred to by the tree board. Thank you.
Thank you. That's time.
Thank you. Catherine Kohlmeyer, followed by Ginny Powell, followed by Richard Stowe.
Catherine Kohlmeyer, 503 First Avenue South. I don't really know what I'm going to say. When I first came here, they were just taking out black olives because they were
Hearing you, ma'am.
when I first came here, a long time ago, they were taking out black olives from downtown because they were a messy tree. So someone had decided to plant black olives. They dropped their fruit everywhere. Then they planted the live oaks, and some of those live oaks have now been taken out, or having problems. You're just trying to fit like a square peg into a round hole, or that expression. I don't really know that you've got a good solution here. So maybe you should take longer to make decisions. I don't know what the answer is, but it seems like you keep making some really, not you personally, the commission, whoever is on the commission at the time, has made some pretty costly, not very wise decisions about planting trees in downtown. I think you should probably pay attention to the fact that the Dahoon holly will not thrive in that circumstance. So it might seem like an easy solution right now, but I guarantee you in 5 years' time, they're going to be looking pretty horrible. You might not be on the commission then, but I don't know what the answer is. Maybe awnings or something. And small trees. I don't know. Thank you.
Thank you, Ginny Powell, followed by Richard Stowe.
Jenny Powell, 224 North Palmway. I'm on the tree board, but I am not representing the tree board tonight, but I will tell you, as best I can recall what happened, we did approve it. I did raise the concerns about this tree needing a wetter environment, and we do not have irrigation in those spots downtown, but I'm assured that they will be watered. Now, it's not a matter of just watering for establishment, it's watering for drought, on a regular basis throughout the life of that plant. Now, all that said, I think everybody worked really hard to come up with a tree that was going to work. I mean, we're all just devastated by what happened to the tree in front of Dave's. Unfortunately, that is not that uncommon that trees it's stupid. It's still stupid, but it happens all the time where trees are taken out years later because they're buckling a sidewalk. They're unsafe, or it creates an unsafe condition. So, I mean, I'm not sure at this point if I'm for or against leaving them downtown, but I do know that it is very hard to find something. It's a very tough environment, and the Dahoon Commissioner McVoy is correct. The tree comes from a moist habitat. On the other hand, IFAS says that it can be a nice street tree. It doesn't have a big crown. It's not going to provide a lot of shade, even under the best circumstances. But that was a criteria that it needs to be columnar, no berries. It can't have an invasive root system. I mean, there are so many things to try to get the perfect tree that is going to line up with all the things that we have. And also, I just looked it up. It is not a good coastal tree. It can provide, it is slightly salt tolerant, but it's not going to, unfortunately, not going to probably do well on the golf course or in Bryant Park. So I don't think that's really answering the question, but I was at the meeting. You were there. Mina was there. We talked. I raised my concerns about the dry, the lack of drought tolerance.
Thank you so much.
Hey, I think this is my pen.
Mr. Stowe.
Richard Stowe, 414 North Federal Highway. Former chair of the city tree board for 6 years, just for the record. First point, I did want to address Commissioner, as Jenny did, Commissioner McVoy's suggestion for the golf course or Bryant Park. Yeah, it's basically doesn't like brackish water, the Dahoon holly. So not a good intent, but actually Peggy Fisher should like this idea, Mayor. We do need trees on the west side in District 1 and District 2. And I suggest looking at the public park that is in Sarah Malega's district and in Commissioner McVoy's district that is irrigated, has grass, and that would be a space where the Dahoon Hollies would have a much better chance. And Mimi May, when we spoke last, she said she had just planted some Dahoon Hollies in Dryer Park in West Palm Beach in an irrigated lawn area. So that we should, look at that as to where. Yes. Yeah. And thank you, Mimi. Thank you very much. And thank you for sharing that with me. Alan Frank, who's a researcher at the Florida Museum of Natural History, said, in my experience, Dahoon holly prefers moist areas. I've seen a lot of holly trees suffer being planted in drier conditions. So I really will reiterate that we're on the right path that we took on December 16th to reconsider the motion. And now we need to consider what the strategy is to short term. And the short term strategy is we recommend, and I'm speaking for Sierra Club, Loxahatchee Group, we recommend the Conservation Committee to make a caper. Now it does have flowers, but they only come out like in the spring. So it's just a once a year problem, but it is drought tolerant. And number two, anyone who enjoys the fragrance of fragrance, those flowers are, especially in the evening, smell wonderful.
Thank you. That's time.
Thank you, Mr. Stowe.
Okay. So
Okay, so
I did have one other point and I'll make it like 2
I'm
seconds.
sorry, Mr. Stowe.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll make it, it's in the letter.
In the letter, thank you. Okay, we have I see two lights on, Mr. Segrich.
I just had a quick question. Who is responsible for watering the palm trees that surround the water treatment plant as you come in off of 95 and then the ones that were in the median on 6th Avenue South? Is that the city or somebody else?
Doing the off ramps and everything.
The ones that are right on the fence for the water treatment plant and then in the median in 6th Avenue South, the ones that used to be there at least.
Those fall in DOT.
So DOT was responsible for that?
Yeah, now if we're talking about the median on like 6th and 10th, the city is responsible for that. They have to establish them first, like the new ones that are going in when they start doing that after they finish up that job. But we just have the medians, but everything as you're getting on the on ramps and on off ramps in those large detention areas that all.
So the ones in the medians that all died, did they die before or after we took over?
That was before.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you, Ms. Malega.
My question is, why are we putting 3 trees at the corner of North Palm Way and Lucerne? There's 3 clumped together on the map. And that doesn't seem, I mean, that there's 1 on North Federal and then there's 3 at that. Unless this map's not accurate.
It's Mr. Stowe, thank you, but
Those are opposite sides of the street, and these are also all locations where there were previously trees, so there are already tree wells there. We have not created any new locations for these.
So they're going to be on the north and the south side of Lucerne.
You're talking about on Palm, where are we at?
Yeah, it says Palm Way.
Yep,
Is that Lucerne or Lake Avenue?
that's Lucerne.
so that's Lucerne, but they're on
The north and
different
south.
east and west of South Palm Way.
Of South Palm Way.
Correct.
Okay. So they're not all clumped together, one, 2, 3.
No, you have 2 on one side, 1 on the other.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Nay.
Aye.
Nay.
Opposed, nay. Mr. Segrich and Mr. McCoy. Okay, moving on. Unfinished business B, resolution 2. Excuse me, folks. Excuse me, 2-2026, policy for facility fee waiver requests.
Motion to approve?
Second for conversation.
Okay, let's converse. Ms. Malega?
Thank you. I had brought this forward from our last conversation. Under policy statement, the 3rd line down, it says the city may grant partial or full waiver of fees. We took the full waiver off and we took it down to 70%, which you see on the next page after the calculations of the discounts.
Right.
Hold on one second. So I just, we need to strike the full waiver of fees
Tell me where we are again?
under policy statement.
Right, okay, thank you. Okay.
And then under scope, we had talked about still collecting the money for insurance, a damage deposit and the cleaning fee, and the cleaning fee needs to be added back on there. So it should say or cleaning fee or and cleaning fee. On the last sentence.
Fee waivers do not include or apply to insurance costs, facility damage deposits, or
Cleaning
or
fees.
cleaning fees.
That was it.
Okay.
That's all I had.
I think Mr. Segrich was next and then Mr. McBoy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Under evaluation criteria, number 1, I think even though we said it, we say it in the scope, I think we should say it right there in the evaluation criteria to make it explicitly clear that only nonprofits located within the city of Lake Worth Beach are eligible.
Number 1.
I think we said it's as long as they service the community of Lake Worth
Correct, and it's
Beach.
in the
They-
language.
They didn't have to be,
It says based in and serving.
but their offices don't necessarily have to be in the city of Lake Worth Beach if they service Lake Worth
Our
Beach
people.
residents or no?
Yeah, I think that's what we.
I don't recall completely, but I think as long as they served the
Yeah.
residents, then it was okay.
There's Stu.
Yeah.
Okay.
A lot of places don't have offices here, but they do serve our people. Okay,
And then I think in the chart where we have the financials, I think the financials should be weighted a little bit more. If an organization has super robust financials, they really shouldn't be qualifying for a fee waiver. And right now it only represents about 20 points out of 100. So they could have $10 million of free cash flow in the bank. And so long as they meet our other criteria, they're getting pretty much the full, not a full waiver, but our maximum waiver.
okay. Any response to that item?
So would you recommend taking 10% from number 1 or 10 points from number 1?
Yeah, where we're gonna get it.
I mean, 100's only 100. You can only divide it so many ways.
Yeah.
4,000.
You could make that 10 or 15.
Yeah. So there were 2 that were kind of redundant.
Or maybe
Alignment with
accessibility.
city goals and public benefit, I think are kind of the same, or close where we could merge some of that.
Public
also
benefit
take some
could
of-
be.
The accessibility, excuse me, it's 20 points. That's a high, I mean, if program service open to the public without fees or restrictive membership barriers, 20 points.
You could take 5 points from there
Yeah.
and 5 points from 1,
Right.
make both those 15. Does that sound?
That would help you.
So take number 1 and make it 15. Number 3 and make it 15.
Number 4 is 20.
And number 4 goes to 20.
30.
4 would be 15 and 15.
Right. You have 2 different breaks.
Okay. All right. Mr. McBoy?
I'm going to raise again, the bigger picture issue. It's been alarming to me over the last year, maybe 2 years, to see what to me looks like quite, and to some number of residents who've raised it with me, what looks like a pattern of making it less and less easy for a wide variety of people to use our public facilities. Somebody mentioned earlier this evening in public comment that they used to meet at the new room that's been newly renovated in the library, and now they can't. We raised fees that make it harder to use that room. We've done that. We're making it harder, putting restrictions on what you can do in the parks. We have another item on the agenda that will go in that direction. I am very disturbed by that tendency, and I do see it as a fairly consistent pattern. I think what you want to be doing in a city and in a democracy is make it as easy as possible for as wide a range of folks to use our public areas. And you want to be pretty open, and you want to tip if you're going to put your thumb on the scale, tip it to organizations that don't have a lot of resources, that aren't in a position to say, well, we served 20 unique residents last year, or 100. Many organizations don't have any easy way of keeping track of that, especially if you say, well, they got to be unique residents. Did you count them? Did you get them all by name? Did you write them down? What if they came back the second time? Then they're not unique anymore. I would ask all of us to step back slightly and look at the bigger picture. Are we making the city more welcoming to a range of organizations, or are we making it harder?
Thank you. Mr. Segrich?
Just really quick, I would think the changes that we just suggested actually go towards that goal in a big way, because you can get 30 points now just by not having resources. So I think that does that. So I would like to amend my motion to approve with, under policy statement, striking full fee, the words or full fee. And then in the evaluation matrix, changing item 1 to 15, item 3 to 15, item 4 to 15, the second part of item 4 to 15.
Can you add in cleaning fee under scope?
And adding
Cleaning
fee and scope.
Wait, oh, you changed for this one to 15 too?
Yeah.
With that, they got the 16.
I second the amended motion.
Okay, great. Are there any public comments?
Does the seconder have to second the amended motion? No, but I was.
No. Just any seconds.
Okay.
I do have a question.
Sure.
Over
Oh,
here,
you're right. I apologize.
the comment on the nonprofit status, where it's, sorry, let me get my place. Where it says nonprofits that are based in and serving Lake Worth Beach, would you rather that be based in
And
Okay.
or.
Okay.
Yeah,
Should make her.
sure. Thank you. Good point. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Wait, I'm sorry, I do have a comment.
I'm sorry, I forgot to ask. See, I gotta remember to do that every time. Yep.
I have one comment. Sam Smith, 109 North Palmway. I do not support the proposed fee waiver policy. I think city residents who pay the taxes to run the city should get the fee waiver use of community spaces versus random outside nonprofits. Why do I have to pay full price to rent a city facility when I am already paying huge amounts in taxes to the city? The city has repeatedly failed to roll back our very high millage rate, as other municipalities have done, as property values have increased year after year after year. There is no city resident fee waiver policy included in this proposal, and there should be. I've been paying taxes for 20 plus years. The fact that I've been paying city taxes for more than 20 years ought to count for something when it comes time for my child to want to have their birthday party in the casino ballroom. City residents should get 20 points in this fee waiver calculation. Every year of paying city taxes should get another 10 points per year, etc. I shouldn't have to open my child's birthday party to the public to get a fee waiver. Rather, long-term city taxpayers should receive a fee waiver based on how many years of taxes we have paid to the city. I try to listen to each commission meeting, and I rarely hear any of you talk about actual residents and what we get back via city services for the incredibly high taxes we pay. City residents ought to come first on any of these types of policies. I would reject this policy and ask staff to come back with a fee waiver policy that includes and prioritizes city taxpayers. That's the only comment on this item.
Okay, thank you very much. So we have a motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Nay. Mr. McBoy. Okay, we have done unfinished business C already. We're on to new business A, task order number 3.
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
B, agreement with Murphy Pipeline Contractors LLC to pre-chlorinate pipe bursting of potable water mains.
Sounds a little scary, but motion to approve.
Okay, do I have a second? Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Agreement C, agreement with Safety Boot Center to supply safety boots and supplies for the water utility department.
No,
Motion to approve.
no boots.
Who's second? I need a second.
I'll second.
Okay, Ms. McBoy and Ms. May, all in favor?
Aye.
D, emergency water damage remediation services with Paul Davis Restoration of Palm Beach County and Rytech Tri-County. Do I have a motion?
Anthony.
I have a question for the city attorney. Since I was employed by one of the applicants, not by one of the ones that went, should I be recusing myself or am I permitted to vote?
You used to work for somebody?
Yes.
You no
So-
longer work for them.
I no longer work for them, but previously I worked for Patriot Disaster Specialist, who is not a winner in this, but they did apply.
Oh, you're voting on approval of one of these contracts, and if they're not a current employer, then there is no conflict.
Okay,
You're fine.
so motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. McBoy?
Yeah, I can get a clarification from the city manager. The area that we went and visited with Vaughn, is that one of these? Isn't that 16th Avenue North?
That is correct. We were at 16th.
And I just want to make sure I've raised it. I feel like a broken record at this point, but I just want to make sure that we as a commission make it clear that in the design process, that whatever we design there achieves the drainage things that it needs to do, but also maintains easy access for folks to get into the lagoon with paddle boats, kayaks, canoes, whatever it is. I want that to be clear from the commission. Because we've done 2 of these already where we didn't do that, and we would have to retrofit those to make that access, which we can, but it's quite expensive. We've talked about it. So let's not do another closing off of access.
Yeah, I think he's on the wrong item.
It's about water.
This is about the water damage remediation.
Madam Mayor, I'm sorry.
That'll be my.
The water utility director is available on Zoom if you would like.
I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, we couldn't hear you right away.
So the water utilities director, Vaughn Baker, is available on Zoom if you have any questions for her.
Okay, Miss, good evening.
Or D.
Okay, let's vote.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. All right, well, now you've spoken, so you're done. Okay, E, task order.
I'll make the motion to approve, but I have a couple questions.
Okay, let me just read it first, so for the record.
Oh.
Task order number 10 with Kimley Horn and Associates for construction phase engineering services to support the city during the construction of the seawall and drainage improvements located on Eden Place and 16th Avenue North. Do you have a motion?
Yes, but
I
I
have
have,
a question. Do we have a second? Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, Miss May.
okay, I do need Vaughn for this.
Okay, Miss Baker.
Ms. Baker.
I am here.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
I brought this up to the city manager, but I haven't heard back yet. And I mean, because it was just yesterday. And Eden Place is not a street.
Yes, it's just a typo in the title of the agenda item. We've been referring to this project as Eden Place since before I started working for the city, but it's really the coastal end of the 16th Avenue North right-of-way.
So if we change on to in, we're good?
Yes, kind of. It's Eden Place at 16th Avenue North project.
Okay. In Eden Place at 16th Avenue North. Okay. And then the second thing is I actually do agree with Mr. McBoy on maintaining access for lagoon. And is that's the 16th one.
The one, the very north end of the golf course.
Right, it's not Wellesley, it's the lower one, and there is access there. And even if you had to make it to a little bit on the golf course, that would be okay too, as long as you can get in the water.
So this project has been designed. The seawall is not what you're thinking of when you think of seawall. It's going to be a bit inland towards the road, and it's not going to be very tall. They were originally going to put a guardrail over it, but we asked to have that omitted because it's not necessary. I mean, it's not, I guess, regulated necessary to be there. And we wanted to keep access to the water. So it will just be that short seawall as well as repaired riprap. Hopefully it should be safer for public access while also doing what it needs to as far as flooding and king tides.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Oh, I'm sorry. Do we have public comment? Madam?
No, not until H, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Now we are at.
Well, let's vote.
Vote. We're at the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. We did F.
F.
We did F. We did not do G. No, we did. No, we didn't.
No, we didn't.
Permits for
No, we didn't. We're on
Thank you.
G, Madam Mayor.
Okay, ordinance number 26-01. Please read by title.
Ordinance 2026-01, an ordinance of the city of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, amending chapter 21 traffic, article 1 general, amending section 21-16 permits for special events to establish requirements and procedures for special event applications and permits and providing for severability, conflicts, codification, and effective date, and for other purposes.
Thank you very much. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Are there any public comments, Madam Clerk? We have some here. Okay. All right.
No, I don't have any, Madam Mayor.
Okay, we have some here.
Madam Mayor, I have a
Okay,
question.
we're gonna, go ahead.
Of staff. So, some of the language is changing how many days prior for the date of the event that they need to be filed, the applicants. There are people who have consistently done events in our city, Finish Fest, whatever. Bark Back event, I think it's called. Can we do a courtesy notice to those event holders and let them know that we were making this change? So it doesn't slip between the crack and they say, oh, I could have always been able to send my application in 30 days. And all of a sudden they're being told, no, you missed the mark. So can we send a courtesy notice to all them?
Yeah, Stewart Sword, Leisure Services. Yes, based on the outcome of this, we can reach out to the historical partners and just provide them an update, a courtesy update.
Yeah, I would like that to be mandatory when this goes through, please.
Thank you. And to the NACP. Ms. May.
I don't know.
Okay. Mr. Brown.
Madam Mayor and Stuart, I know you had a few things. And do you mind if the staff kind of goes over some things first before we do public comment?
Yeah,
okay.
Please.
Good evening, Stewart Sword, Leisure Services. I've got Dexter Smith, the special events manager for the city with us. Just some opening comments on this. I know this is quite an expansion from 2 paragraphs to about 5 pages now. Myself, city staff, along with multiple other departments, work with the city attorney over the course of 2 months, looking at peer city reviews, current policy. And when I say peer city review, we really look from Fort Lauderdale all the way to West Palm Beach in terms of what works. Mr. Dexter's worked in Davie and Pompano Beach. It comes with robust experience in terms of best practice on what other cities utilize. We also looked at higher court rulings that other cities have learned going through that legal process to adjudicate current policy and ordinances and stuff like that. This is the output of that preparation, expanding, like I said, the 2 paragraphs that were rather vague, did not have timelines, and quite frankly, were a little bit ambiguous in terms of the event planning. This ordinance will streamline and codify the city policy that some of we already use in terms of city policy and application processes for special events to ensure the events are safe, planned, organized, and permitted in a timely manner, because most of our events not only touch leisure services, they touch PBSO, they touch fire rescue, and that is quite a robust process in terms of, event analysis, threat assessment, permitted deputies that are required. Ordinance nest with current regulatory guidance, also state guidelines, bringing in some language from the Department of Health and DBPR. Some key updates. We've now attached timelines to some of our event applications, like Vice Mayor just alluded to. updating some of our historical partners. Because what you'll see, and that's why I really wanted Mr. Dexter to come, is you'll see an event not get approved in West Palm, not get approved in Boynton, not get approved in Fort Lauderdale, and they'll come to us. And that's actually still happening in real time as we sit here today. And some of those are actually good social and economic impact to the city. However, it doesn't allow us to properly go through, or it requires the staff to rush to get to a yes. And we've always gotten there, but it puts quite a burden on the staff to get there because we don't have the timeline associated with the event submission. With that being said, there have been some incidences while I've been on the city staff where we received legal notice that we were requesting the operational plan because there was a situation that occurred at the event. So when we rush to get to a yes, perhaps there could be a gap that exists in that operational plan. Luckily, thus far, we have had all that stuff, but as we continue to not have timelines associated with, event requests and a packet that's required and codified, we also attach numbers to events in terms of city-sponsored events, 100 to 500, community events, neighborhood events. Typically, are smaller in size, 100. High impact is 500, and large scale is 1,000. PBSO uses this when they do the threat assessment to determine what type of safety protocols and procedures they need to utilize. It also quantifies the amount of people. We've attached a number of 25 to that. 25 is held up in multiple other municipalities. If we look at sports and common usage, the highest sports team is about 11. So if you're playing 11 on 11 and you've got a coach coaching, you're still under that threshold of 25. So you could go out and play a game of football in a park and not have to have it permitted. And this also identifies the requirements that are required for an event to be received and for us to permit the application. Pending questions, those are our opening comments.
Great. Thank you very much, Ms. Malega.
So I want to say thank you for doing a deep dive.
A lot of work.
Because it was a lot of work. Thank you to staff. Thank you to legal. A couple months ago, we had an issue at our brand new pickleball courts where the people who are residents who helped pay for those courts showed up to play, and there was a non-permitted tournament happening from a very far away city. They just took over the courts.
Really?
Mm-hmm. And of course, my phone rang because one of my best friends is a regular pickleball player there. And she's like, what do we do? And I said, well, you don't get to do anything, but it's an ongoing thing at our parks. And it's also happened. That's why our Royal Point Sienna Park is destroyed, because there were soccer teams that came in from other cities and adults ruined that futsal court by having tournaments there. They destroyed what the community spent years raising money to build. And there was never really any recourse. It was PBSO being called. These are open containers. How do we, what can we do? Same thing with the Osborne Community Center. We have had many people advertising on social media for pop-up big parties on Sunday nights with food trucks, DJs, and hundreds of people invading that park at Howard Park. So unfortunately, Miss Trudy and everybody has my phone number on speed dial, and it's called PBSO, get them out there, and it just becomes troublesome for the residents who surround these parks. And I want to say thank you for doing this, because it does lead these people who want to use our parks. It gives them a way to success, right? It helps us absorb the money that it's going to take for our staff to go in and clean up after these big events, but it's also about the safety of it. And when I have 150 people at Howard Park on a Sunday night, and they're literally parking all over the place, there is no safety. PBSO doesn't know they're there. You don't know they're there. If somebody gets hurt, there's a lot of safety recall when it comes to these parks and liabilities, because we own them. And I'm just saying firsthand, I have had years, and there's emails of going to staff, we need to get this under control. So thank you very much. I'm very happy to see this policy come forward, but again, don't want to hinder the partners that we have. So just want to make sure that communication is wide open.
Thank you. I have a question. The item number D10, a certificate of insurance for $1 million. That's even for a small under 100, like 50 people. We still require that.
So the insurance is really dictated by the risk manager and consultant firm. And if you don't have that, if you can't get to that, then you purchase a one-day use policy. Which is typically in the
do we know how much they are?
Typically about $155. It could go up a tad if it's larger. So you could buy a one-day permit for insurance.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we have public comment. Kyle Sockrider, followed by Randy Lewis, followed by Ginny Powell. Mr. Sockrider? Mr. Lewis is here. Ms. Powell, Mr. Sockrider, Mr. Sockrider.
Madam Mayor,
Yep.
since I've read some of the comments that are online already, I would ask maybe that Mr. Sword address some of the issues with because there's a lot of stuff about free food sharing on here. Maybe address where the policy came from. How did you come up with that policy? Why did you choose the parks you chose? And why is it presented in this way before we hear from the public?
Okay.
Countering maybe some of those things. Maybe you'll answer some of their questions that way.
Stuart Sword, Leisure Services. So in regards to some of the homeless or the free food handouts, just like I mentioned earlier with events that don't get permitted in other cities, they just come over here because they know the policy is perhaps somewhat ambiguous or the ordinance is. So in terms of the free food, there's oftentimes it's not declared. We don't even know what's occurring. You may see it in the cultural plaza, you may see it in various parks. So it really goes back to life, health, safety in terms of, are we following proper policies, procedures that are already regulatory outlined by the state? If you want to hand out food, you have to get a food handler certificate from the Florida Department of Health and/or a program that's endorsed by DBPR.
So if I want to hand out hot dogs in the park, I need this certificate.
It's perishable. You should have the food handler safety card.
How hard is it to get?
There's numerous ways it can be obtained. You can go online and take the 2-hour course. It's 2 hours.
Well, they tell you to put on gloves.
So some of it's common sense stuff, but it is a regulatory requirement based off DBPR.
Oh, yeah, because that was one of my questions about it, was that little certificate part, but that makes sense. Okay.
In terms of the locations that were selected, these could perhaps, be negotiated or adjusted based off, input and obviously direction from the commission. But we really looked at proximity to public transportation. We tried to pick locations that are very accessible based off public transportation and have the venue space where we don't have a blockage of a public right of way in terms of blocking traffic and stuff like that. So we selected 3 parks: Howard Park, Sunset Ridge, and Memorial Park. Memorial Park being the closest to public transportation. All of them are under a 15-minute walk at a slow rate of pace. Memorial being, an 1/8 of a mile, Howard being a little over a 1/4 mile, and then Sunset Ridge being right at about 1/2 mile from public transportation. And that's how we landed on those locations. If Sunset Ridge perhaps needed to be massaged, we could look at Old Bridge Park. Oftentimes Old Bridge Park, sometimes it's referred to as Old Bridge Causeway, is also close proximity to public transportation. We're also trying to kind of do a scatter plan across the city. So we have a central, we have a north, and we have a south.
Thank you. Mr. McBoy?
Yeah, I don't even know where to start. No more than 2 special event permits for free food handlers will be presented to the same organization at a consecutive 12-month period. What? It's interesting. I guess this commission, and maybe the staff directed by the commission, got a different version of the Bible than I did. But the Bible that I got didn't say anything about, look, you should really be nice to people who are less fortunate, but try not to do it more than twice a year, okay? Because that really bothers Jesus, you know what I mean? I mean, this is clearly targeted. This is clearly saying, we don't like people because they don't have a roof over their head. And maybe they need a few more things. Maybe they need a little bit of help. We don't like those kind of people. I had somebody report to me today. I haven't been able to verify it because I just got the report in the afternoon, that a PBSO vehicle stopped by the Cultural Plaza. There were 3 people there, put on their noisy thing, yelled out the window, "You guys got to go." So we got no evidence they're doing anything illegal. It's just, we want to run these people out of town. Again, I did get a somewhat tattered, frayed copy of the Bible, and I guess it left out the part that said, hey, you should run people that don't have less things, you should run them out of town. And you should find ways to say, well, it's health and safety and, people might fall down or no, what this is that there's a subset in this community that just doesn't want to see people who are less fortunate. And I think that's pretty despicable, is what that is. Just despicable. Deal with the fact that we, as the wealthiest country in the world, have people who don't have very much, and that we do not provide adequate services for them, whether it's mental health services, whether it's drug treatment services, whether it's just being compassionate, maybe feeding them. It looks so nice, and it's got nice language, and we hired an attorney to check out, well, this will squeak by what they wouldn't let you do in the court in some other city. Face up to it, people on this commission. What you're doing is pretty clear to see what it is. And I don't know of any religions that we occasionally invoke here that provide moral guidance that says be nasty to those who have less. And I think let's call a spade a spade. This is codifying ways to make it harder to be nice to people who have less. And if you all think that's a really nice thing to do, go ahead and vote for it. I'm not voting for it.
Thank you, Ms. Maliga. So I just want to be clear, because anybody can spin anything anyway. We have really good community partners in the city who do assist people who are underprivileged, who may be experiencing displacement, homelessness, addiction. We have more non-for-profit community partners in this city than all the other cities combined in Palm Beach County. So it's not that we don't have resources. We have Common Grounds. We have Randy's Burrito Project. We have Patrick's Arms of Hope, who does a feeding every single day. He is licensed. He is insured. He does it the proper way. The Hub, Compass. I mean, do you want me to keep going? And all of these community people are licensed. They have to do such extensive reporting to get the funding that they get, that they spend more than half of their time reporting to agencies that oversee them. This isn't about us being heavy-handed. This is about making sure that the food that is passed out the right way. If you're doing it, do it on your own private land, or go to one of the many churches we have and partner with them. This is about equality. It's about equality of life. There are people who, unfortunately, do have the mindset that you're speaking of. That's not coming from me, and I don't think it's coming from anybody on this commission. What we're saying is we have residents who are upset, who are unhappy with some of the situations that are happening on some of our public spaces. Public space is public space. Everybody should enjoy it. And you know what? I was homeless, but I was also raised that just because you're homeless, you don't put your burden on everybody else and pee on somebody's business or poop in their hallway or do disrespectful things and leave garbage behind in parks once you are fed. It's about being respect of the public land. So it's not that we're trying to hinder, we're here to help. And there are people in this room that know I will call them when I have abilities to help, donations, but it's about doing it the right way. This is not about taking anything away from anybody. It's about catapulting it to where Wellington is not coming here and setting up parks in our parks and feeding people. Do it in Wellington or pay the fee and do it the right way in our city. Lake Worth Beach is not a free-for-all anymore. It's that simple. We want public access. The public wants us to have trees, which you just enforced a really heavy-handed tree fine and didn't think twice about that for people who cannot afford those fines. So you can't be on both sides of the apple on this one. Either you're all for people being able to afford everything, or you can't sit here and say that we're being heavy handed on this one issue. This is about being compliant and making the city enjoyable for all and trying to make sure that the people who are doing the right thing for the children. I mean, the research and the things that they have to do with the federal government to get funding to feed the people that they feed is exhausting. And that's not fair to them, that we have other agencies come in here not doing it the right way. So I disregard and I disagree 100% on what you said. That's not what this is about.
Thank you, Mr. Segridge.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Commissioner Malega, for saying that. To build upon what you said, it's also about solutions, not handouts. And these many great organizations that you listed within our city offer so much more than just a handout. They offer a solution. They help people actually build their lives. And that's part of what this also encourages by doing it the right way. And, this commission and this city remains committed to working with these organizations to build on these solutions to actually get people out of that situation. So I would agree with you, but I would also, I know we have a lot of public comments, so I'll reserve my time to after and until we hear that.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Sockrider, is he here? Kyle Sockrider calling again. Okay. Randy Lewis. Well, Mr. Sockrider was here, and since he was here, I do read he did leave a message. The homeless people of Lake Worth are not just homeless people; they are human and they are neighbors. We shouldn't be withholding help from one another. Handing food out to those in need should never be in question. So, Mr. Lewis.
Good evening. Randy Lewis, 1502 19th Avenue North. I'm director of South Florida Sanctuary, better known as Burrito Project. And since 2009, we have been serving / feeding and being advocates for not just the homeless, but the working poor of downtown Lake Worth. In other words, we serve anybody that has a need. If you're hungry, I can't stand it. If you're hungry, I'll get you food. And that's what we've done for 16 years. And at this point, we're in a network of other groups that enable, I hate that word, but we enable anyone around the downtown area of Lake Worth to get food at least one meal a day. And it's taken a lot to get that organized enough so that I can go to bed at night and know that everyone in downtown Lake Worth has had access to one meal at least today. Last time we addressed the permit, we all recognized that it was not constitutional, and the author said that by the next time we addressed it, she would find a way around that. Obviously, that didn't happen, but other people are going to address that. I want to address what Mr. McFoy brought up about if I want to put on a feeding or a group like mine, want to feed people, we have to go, or being a dad, if I want to do a large birthday party for my daughter, I have to do it in one of those three parks, which 2 out of 3 happen to be more than 17 blocks away from Bryant Park and the new big expensive hotel. I don't know. That's probably a coincidence, but it is what it is.
I'm sorry, that's time.
Oh,
Sorry. Thank you.
thank you.
Ms. Powell. Judy Powell. Followed by Hannah Pearl. Is Hannah still here? Okay.
Jenny Powell, 224 North Palm Way. I'm not super on top of this issue, but it does appear to me that there is an effort to try to prevent people from doing food shares in the parks. And sometimes perception is everything. I think, Captain Carnes said something a few weeks ago about, we can't arrest our way out of the problem. I think he was referring to the homeless problem. So it seems like now we're trying to penalize people who are trying to do the food shares and do the right thing. It seems it does seem that there's maybe some aspects of this new ordinance that are important, but I think if you really wanted to, you could carve out some sort of de minimis exemption for some of these food shares. I mean, there's a lot of things you try to find solutions to, and it's hard to find solutions, and you do. And I think that's what could happen here too. And I think the previous speaker said something about the working poor. A lot of homeless people have jobs. A large percentage of homeless people have jobs, and they come to more urban areas because there are not just food service areas, but there's transportation. They can get to their jobs. They're not way out in Wellington where you're far away from everything. So I think that there's some things that some sort of de minimis exemption for food shares could be looked at as a possibility here. I just think it's terrible that in this day and age that we are in this situation, and many people are in this situation, and how lucky we all need to think about how lucky we are every day that at one point in your life you made a turn that saved you. Commissioner Segrich, you were bitten by a shark. I'd love to hear that full story one day, but you were probably you came within inches of your life. Others of you have spoken of adversity in your life.
Thank you. That's time.
There's a lot of luck that we've had to be where we are, and we have to think about that every day, how lucky we are.
Thank you. Hannah Pearl, followed by Catherine Kohlmeyer.
Hi, my name is Hannah Pearl, 314 South J Street. I volunteer for the Burrito Project as a servant of God and my fellow man, trying to take away these feeding programs by requiring permits and allowing 2 a year, calling them special events. Feeding is a special event. Interesting. Food is a human right. All we do is it's all volunteer work. It's for the less fortunate. You do realize you would cause a loss of many, many resources, access to rehabilitation, haircuts, food, public services. Also loss of dignity, adding to desperation and much higher crime rate. You do realize these people will start breaking into homes, cars, doing anything because they're hungry. Your fancy hotel should not stop us from doing our mission, which is serving others. Hiding your problems is never the answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine Kohlmeyer, followed by Kara Jennings. Is Kara still here?
I don't think so, but she was here.
Yeah, well, I'll call her out again.
Catherine Kohlmeyer, 503 First Avenue South. In the last 2 or 3 years, this city declared a housing crisis. Homelessness is a perennial problem. There are some resources in the city, but nowhere near enough. I remember a couple of years ago when it was proposed to try to get some of the ARPA funds used to give more services. The commission voted that down. It was very telling at the beginning of the meeting that the mayor, when someone wanted to speak about homelessness at the pre-agenda, the mayor said, "Oh, well, that's on the agenda." Well, oh no, it's not. Oh, that's the permitting. It's like, this is about homelessness. And you can look at me puzzled, Mayor, but that happened. It's on, look on the video. So, I don't think there's any doubt that this commission is putting barriers to homeless people getting just being here and feeling like they have a space here. I walked down M Street. There's a chain across the library steps and a big sign saying no loitering. And like it's a public space. In London, people sit on the steps of libraries and have a coffee or something. In the Cultural Plaza, people might sit and have a coffee. But if you're homeless, that's not okay, because somebody might be uncomfortable. I've seen an open email to the commission which says, families don't feel safe if there are homeless people around. Homelessness is here, has been for a long time, and isn't going anywhere. But it's how we understand people, how we approach people. That those people, a lot of them have jobs. They're not different from us. They just happen to not have a house right now. So I don't think there's any doubt that the commission is pushing this narrative of kind of getting undesirable people away from our public spaces so that people who are better off can feel more comfortable.
Thank you. That's time.
Thank you. And Kara has.
Madam Mayor,
Yes,
it's 9:57. I need a motion to extend to 11, please.
Extend to 11.
do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Kara Jennings asked me to read this. In 2003, there was a legal challenge against this type of ordinance because it's unconstitutional to require a permit for people to gather. This is a clear no vote. Okay. V. Iacello. V. They do. Okay. Thank you. D. Farrell wrote something. I live in, and I'll read it because they were here. I live in Lake Worth and help organize a food and grocery share at our house in the park. Our neighbors struggling to feed themselves and their families. The fact that you should restrict sharing food in public spaces shows not only that you have never gone hungry, but shows a deep lack of empathy and care for your poor neighbors. Yeah. I wonder, that's and that's D. Farrell at 1134 19th Avenue North. Melissa Salerno, followed by Ashley Lane. Is Ashley here?
Melissa Salerno, 501 South End Street. Sharing food is historically protected under the Constitution's First Amendment as a form of expressive conduct. We, the individuals and groups who regularly share food with any and all community members, are conveying the message of valuing people over profits. You may create all the restrictive ordinances you like, wasting time and energy trying to close any loopholes or gaps in the law, time that could be better spent actually problem solving and investing in humans rather than penalizing them. But be aware, we're not going anywhere. We are not going to back down, and we are willing to throw our heart, soul, and energy behind this fight legally, because we know with full conviction that all people deserve better. Clearly, you all hate the existence of the impoverished to the point of penalizing all those in the community who dare to gather in the taxpayer-supported public spaces without following this completely asinine ordinance, all in the name of public surveillance and control. Oops, I meant to say public safety. It appears that my numerous research-backed ideas and articles have been nothing but a waste of time, because what is clear is that your agenda is to eliminate via an inhospitable environment. Where exactly are these folks supposed to go? Or is that not something you care about as long as it's not in Lake Worth Beach public spaces? There are not enough resources. The math does not math, period.
Thank you. Ashley Lane.
Hi, my name is
Followed-
Ashley.
Sorry, followed by Peggy.
No problem. My name is Ashley Lane. I also am a volunteer at Burrito Project. I wrote mine down so I just don't get off of topic, but I respectfully oppose this ordinance. While I understand the city's interest in safety and in coordination, this ordinance goes far beyond reasonable regulation and creates unnecessary boundaries for nonprofit, faith-based groups and community volunteers who serve vulnerable residents. I'm sorry, I'm nervous, and this is like really heavy on my heart. Restricting free food sharing to only three locations and limiting groups to 2 permits per year effectively criminalizes compassions and mutual aid. The financial burdens of the insurance, security, and the long permitting timelines will silence small organizations that rely entirely on volunteers and donations. Food sharing is not merely an event for many groups. It is an expressive conduct tied to faith, advocacy, and community service. This ordinance raises serious First Amendment concerns by placing excessive restrictions on protected activities in public spaces. I urge the commission to revise this ordinance to expand allowable locations for food sharing, remove arbitrary annual permitting caps, and reduce insurance security requirements for low-risk events. Create expectations for bona fide nonprofit and faith-based organizations. Our public spaces should remain places of community care and connection, not barriers of helping our neighbors.
Thank you, Peggy Fisher. Followed by Greg Richardson.
Peggy Fisher, 508 North A Street. None of us know what the person next to us, across from us, has experienced in their life unless they've shared it with us publicly. So I find it very concerning and disturbing that a member of this commission would lecture for other people about their belief in a Bible, in a religion, in anything like that. That is unacceptable. I know some of the struggles behind some of the people sitting up there. They don't know mine. And I don't put it out there. And I take caring for my fellow human beings at a personal level. I agree with what Vice Mayor Malega said about these people who want to feed and help people. Fine. Partner with churches, just like it's done at Common Ground. I think what is being heard by the people that aren't here and are probably at home watching is that some of them have expressed their concern about their use, their access, their freedom in public spaces in this city too. Those people are just as important, entitled as anyone else. And I find it atrocious that any member sitting before me would question the humanity, the feelings, what anyone else feels. That is unacceptable behavior. Not that it has happened, because I personally have experienced unacceptable behavior from that same person. But you don't treat other people that way. You want us to care for our fellow people, then care for the people that are here. Care for the people that are sitting next to you, across from you, down from you. Care for the people that you don't know. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fisher. Now, Mr. Richter.
Good evening, Greg Richter, 1202 South Palmway. Sarah, you addressed a lot of what I wanted to address here tonight. We do a lot in this city. We do a lot. And I volunteer at the Burrito Project over at Common Grounds. And I actually did a Google search of feedings, homeless feedings in Palm Beach County. And you look at Lake Worth, we have so many places in Lake Worth, not in our parks, but in Lake Worth, that do offer feeding for homeless. And the only other park nearby that it's done, there's none up in West Palm Beach, east of 95. The only one I could find east of 95 going south was down in Lantana, right there at the bridge. Arms of Hope does a feeding down there. So it's not like, we're putting an end to this. In fact, kind of along the same lines, bring them closer to God and do them at the churches in the local neighborhood. And that's really where we should do this. It works. And anyway, that's really what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, are there public comments?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I have a couple questions. Oh, no, Mr. Olive, I'm sorry. Yes, that's what she said. Let's not ask her twice, Mr. Olive. You stuck with that answer.
Don't ask twice.
Don't ask twice.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, thank you. I have the unique opportunity of being a pastor in the city of Lake Worth Beach, of being a resident at 1210 South N Street in Lake Worth Beach. Just got voted House of the Month by our neighborhood association. Worked hard on that. And I know y'all are working hard. And the issue before us today is very much a head and heart issue. And I would like to make a recommendation that the people of faith that feel compelled to share as part of their faith, the people of faith are always going to want to follow Jesus. You know, Christians are going to want to follow Jesus and his example of feeding people. And the challenge of that is he says that the poor will always be with us. So my suggestion to the mayor, to the vice mayor, to the commissioners is that we find these people who are compelled to help, that have an emotional and spiritual tie to helping others in need. The poor are always going to be with us. The head part of it is discerning and knowing which people actually want help. Jesus was at a pool of Bethesda, and he stepped over a whole lot of people to get to one person that wanted help. I believe that there's a multitude of people that will never get off the streets for whatever reason, mental illness, sickness, health issues, drug addiction, different things, tragedies that have happened in their life. But I do believe that if we work together, the city, the head and the heart of this community, that we can make an impact that I think can do something nationally in our entire country, that we can make a difference. Mayor, you've said that this city is a sanctuary city, and I believe that. I believe we are a sanctuary city for all people. And we've got neighbors that are difficult. I've lived in different places where I've had difficult neighbors. So how do we address those neighbors that are more difficult? As a business owner in the city, I've had homeless people come into my business and make a mess of the bathroom that I've had to clean up. I've taken my grandchildren to the parks, and I've had different encounters that were not good. So I want to suggest a head and heart issue, because the people of God that feel this is a commission in their heart, they're going to do it no matter what you pass. They're going to go feed people because that's something that's inside of them. So what we need to do, my suggestion would be to coordinate head and heart and hands that make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I have no problem. Casper Drum.
Madam Mayor, Commissioners, Byron Drum, Casper, Knights of the Night Incorporated. We're a nonprofit. We're based here out of Lake Worth Beach, Florida. We're registered with the Defense Logistics Agency. So if you go to cage.dla.mil, that's MIL, it's a military website.
Sir, you need to give your address.
Oh, 824 Lake Ave, number 366, Lake Worth Beach, Florida, 33460. We have the opportunity that we would like to present to the other nonprofits in Lake Worth Beach, Florida. There's been a lot of problem, not just with homelessness, but also with ICE. And they've been coming to you guys with no data. And you guys have no data. And FHP has no data. There's loads of data. It's all unclassified, but you have to be registered. Yeah, you got to be registered with CAGE program. So
Sir, could we stick to the issue of the ordinance in question?
yes. So that Defense Logistics Agency, CAGE code, is going to bring a lot of litigation to anyone who messes with nonprofits distributing food. Knights of the Night Incorporated, CAGE code 114 Hotel 4, Defense Logistics Agency. Anyone who messes with nonprofits will face litigation. And your litigation will face litigation. So be very careful on what you choose to pass. These men and women here, everyone has someone they care about. Everyone has a son, everyone has a daughter, a mother or father. We can help. Where is, that's the other thing, the ordinance. PBSO hot team, great people, not enough resources. Where are their motel vouchers? Where are veteran motel vouchers? We have a hotel motel program with the homeless operations team. We haven't had any requests put in for funding. It has to come from you guys. We're industry engagement. The National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, Mr. McVoy, sorry for putting you in quasi court last year, 2025, Knights of the Night Incorporated had Lake Worth Beach audited. That's why everyone went to Quasiport. Sorry about that. We got it all fixed. The National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, which is the top intelligence agency in the United States of America, if not the world, has an industry engagement team program that
Thank you, that's time.
those nonprofits. If you want to get them to that code, that Cage Code program, you guys should come to us and ask for data, not the other way around. You guys have your hands full.
Thank
God
you very
bless.
much.
Happy New Year.
Thank you. Okay, I have a couple questions. What effect, if any, does this have? Like, we have Bryant Park, we have the South Pavilion. If I want to have a party, I need to rent it out. I need to reserve it and pay the fees and everything else that I need to do. Does this have any effect on any of that?
So Stewart Sword Leisure Services. So in terms of if you want to rent a pavilion, now there's a fine line between is it public space? Now, if you want exclusive use of a pavilion, then you reserve it.
Right.
If you go there and I want to picnic with my family, if it's open, you use it.
Right.
But if I want exclusive use, I pay the fee and reserve it. If I have, if this is adopted and we have a threshold number of 25 or more, then you should reserve it.
Okay. Do we have a count of how many groups are actually doing feedings right now in the city, like Bryant Park or different places?
I believe PBSO has that information. It's rather robust.
Captain
I
Carn?
don't have that
Oh.
list in front of me, but we do have that list.
Here he is.
Here comes Captain.
Here comes Captain Carn. Hi, my question, Captain Carn. I'm calling Captain Carn up here. Hi.
Good evening. How you doing?
Good evening. Do we have any idea how many groups are feeding in the different parks in the city, aside from Patrick and the groups that we are aware of?
I know we had at least 2.5 pages full of different resources. Oh, sorry.
It's on. It's on. Just close.
You're tall.
Yes, we had 2.5 pages full of services from
Now,
different
the feeding
agencies.
or different social services available?
Most of them were feedings, a lot of feedings throughout the city. I don't know the exact number, but I would say that it's a lot compared to other
Give or take some
cities. I would say it's a lot. Yes.
I've spoken to some of the people and this is a difficult situation, difficult subject for us. But I've spoken to some folks, that come to Lake Worth, and they're from Wellington or Royal Palm Beach, and they're good Christians, but they're not good Christians in Wellington or Royal Palm Beach. And, it begs the question, why aren't you feeding in your own neighborhood? And I think we all know the reason. So if we have that many good, I think 2 a year is fairly restrictive. But if we have, depending, and that's why I had the question about how many groups, if there's 2 a year and there's 50 groups, that pretty much takes care of the year. The year would be covered. But so I think 2 a year might be a little too restrictive for these groups. Yes, sir,
Just to
ma'am.
clarify, it's 2 per year per place per organization.
Okay, so they could do 6 a year. Oh, okay, all right. Thank you. Okay, and we none of us need the moral lecture. I know. We have an obligation to the citizens of the city to provide safe, clean places for them to go and enjoy. And I'm just going to say, right now the Cultural Plaza is very different than it was a few weeks ago, and we thank you for that.
Yes.
So that was kind of my question.
Okay.
So, sir, please. Sir, thank you. Okay, we have a couple comments. We have, start with Mr. McBoy and then Mr. Segridge.
For the most part, I don't really need to say anything. I think you folks have dug yourselves in. Cultural Plaza is better than it used to be. In other words, yes, we did want to run the homeless out of it. That was our intent.
We wanted people that were going to the bathroom in our library alleys in front of where there's a house to stop.
So there's 2
using it as a
approaches
bathroom.
to do that, and you're interrupting my time, but there's 2 approaches to do that. One is to run the folks who might need to use a bathroom out of town. The other approach is to provide someplace that they could use a bathroom.
Thank you.
You know, there are a lot of different approaches. I have a specific question. As I do when I can, 3 times a week, I'm in Bryant Park doing my yoga with 82-year-olds and others. And we quiver in fear for these terrible homeless people that are making us very fearful all the time. Not. We're fine. We're fine there. And usually what I do after the yoga, if I have a little extra time, I'll go down and see what's happening at the South Pavilion, see how the bathrooms are, see who's using it. Well, today, the NA group was meeting down there. They usually meet up by the band shell, and I'll go and talk to them there. I have no personal connection to Narcotics Anonymous, but I have the utmost respect for how difficult it is to deal with addictions. And any group of people that wants to get themselves together to try to support a hugely difficult thing has my blessings and encouragement. Now, I didn't count whether there were 25 people in the South Pavilion, but ballpark estimate, yeah, they probably were more than 25. I told them this morning, well, I didn't talk to all of them. I didn't want to interrupt things particularly, but I talked to one of them, and hopefully they'll pass it on, that I will fight to make sure that you folks can meet here without any obstacles, without having to get insurance or without having to, you know, get a food permit or whatever the heck nonsense we come up with. Because I think that is a very useful thing to have happen. And I think it's fine that it happens in the park. Oh, yeah, well, they should really go to a church so we don't have to see them. You know what I mean? It's not that we don't want to see them, but it'd be nice if we didn't see them. I mean, come on, people, own up to it. You want to run people out of town that don't live the way that you do. Be honest, at least. Own up to it. That's what's going on here. I will continue to fight it. I only get one vote, but I know I speak for a lot of people in the community who also are concerned about the flavor that's happening here. Maybe people don't want a lecture. I got a lecture from one of the members of the audience. I get them regularly. So what? My moral compass is still working pretty well. And I think I can recognize what's right. Yes, we have to look out for the people who don't feel safe somewhere. Well, some people will never feel safe anywhere, especially if they see a homeless person or see somebody who might be trying to deal with addiction. Well, that's the reality of our world. As the pastor said, the poor you will have with you always, but you will be perhaps looked at by how you dealt with that.
Thank you. I have one more question. Mr. Hugh, we're a little too late, but I'll do my best. Okay. Do you want me to read this or do you want me to, read it? All right. This is Mr. Laddie Smith, 1733 3rd Avenue North, Lake Worth. The homeless need a place to go, then the park can be cleaned, work together with all agencies. Right. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, it's fine. Thank you very much.
I could say something. That what she said.
Okay, you need to
If
go,
I
you need to go to the microphones.
Yeah, if I
Say your
can.
name and address. I just did. You're Mr. Laddie Smith. Okay. Yes, you guys. No, you got to speak. You got to push the button. There you go.
There you go. I am
Close to it. And you got
okay.
it. Okay.
Oh, I hear myself.
We'll do our best.
Yes, I came to the city office 2 days one day last week. There was some misinformation was given, and I talked to Mimi about it. And I talked to the clerk about it. That this incident that happened at the Bryant Park on top of the stage. It was some other people came into the park and did all that damage from the toilet and the poop. It wasn't the homeless people. So let's get that straight. And whatever you guys think you're going to do, but please work together. They got a lot of churches. The Church of Bells they used to have, but you stopped them from giving out food and stuff. Everywhere they went, they was trying to comply with the city ordinance, and people needed help. And I think, I don't know, if you don't do it right, it's still out in the Constitution. I'm just gonna leave it at that. Okay?
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
And they've actually found a good place where there was plenty of parking. They were killing the neighborhood. Okey doke, you don't have your light on? Okay, Mr. Segrich?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There's a lot to unpack in this ordinance, but there's also some interesting things that are being kind of conflated together. It was asked, why is there a chain across the library steps? And there's a chain across the library steps because on multiple occasions in the last weeks or months, people have defecated on those steps. People have done intravenous drugs on those steps, passed out from whatever substances, and basically abused that public facility. And it's on video. It's not up to question. Did it happen, or is it, a lie or exaggerating? These are things that happened. We look at our public parks, and the comment was made by you, Mayor, that, wow, the cultural plaza cleaned up in the last couple of weeks. And Mr. McVoy said, wow, you just want to get rid of people who are undesirable. Well, what happened a couple of weeks ago was something called Operation Unplugged, where they arrested well over 100 mid and low-level drug dealers, violent criminals, and so on. Looking at the boards, the average, and you were there, Mr. McVoy, you saw the average number of felonies that these people carried: 20, 30, 40, 60, one even had over 80. Since that operation happened, and I walk Bryant Park every day, I walk the parks every day, and the downtown is my district, and I get the phone calls. Since that operation happened, I would estimate about 95% of the incidents that were being reported in our downtown and in our parks have disappeared. And why is that pertinent to the regulations in the park? Well, one, it's the discussion, where people are conflating two of the issues. And we're going to talk about crime on the next topic, if we get to it. But also, walking through Bryant Park and looking at this, I do interact with the individuals that are there. Some of them unhoused, some of them just plain criminals. And I had an interesting conversation with a couple who I'd seen very often. They're you see them around town. It's a husband or wife, I would assume. They have 4 carts with them and 2 chairs, and they set up in parking spaces and so on. And it was around dusk, and I was walking through, and I asked them, why are you leaving the park? Did PBSO send you out? They said, oh no, it's dangerous in there. We can no longer stay there. We used to stay there, but not anymore. And in our public spaces, we have a vulnerable population getting taken advantage of and abused by another population. And now with Operation Unplugged, that's really cleaned up a lot of it. But in order for us to get a handle on this situation and truly be able to help people, you have to be able to offer more than just feeding. You got to be able to offer comprehensive services, and you got to have people that want to have help. Some of the stats that we've gotten from the homeless intervention team, who also work with the veteran intervention team, about 97% of the people refuse services. And we have a vulnerable population here who is scared of that other 97%. And so through operations like what happened, that cleans up a lot. It really does. But if we look at our public spaces, we do have to be good stewards of our public spaces. And part of that is having guidelines and controls. Some of these guidelines are mandated by the state. Some of these guidelines put in here are going to negatively impact neighborhood organizations and other groups that want to have events and already have. And it's the sad reality, in terms of insurance requirements, in terms of blocking things off. It's the world we now live in, where we no longer can have, Friday night music fest in the downtown without blocking off the street to prevent bombers or some guy driving through with a car or some crazy event like that. And, you know, it is unfortunate that we do have to look at ordinances around our parks and in our public spaces that really spell this stuff out. But that's the world we live in. And, you know, this ordinance cleans up a lot of those issues that we have and sets it out crystal clear of how we want operations to happen within our parks. It does nothing to preclude organizations that have their own spaces from working within the city. It does nothing to preclude us from greater coordination with those organizations. And to the Vice Mayor's point, we have an incredible number of organizations and services available, much, much more than any other city within Palm Beach County, and I dare say within Florida. And one of the other things that has been happening is outside organizations from other cities, to get around their rules and regulations and not to do it the right way in their cities, have been dumping it on us.
Literally.
And that's not fair. They're not going to our existing organizations and coordinating with them. They're not supporting our existing organizations and giving them some of the funds that they have. There's one in particular that sits on 5 acres in Wellington that I'm sure has a lot of resources. And they just come to use our parks because it's convenient and easy. I think this is going to, if they really want to continue their ministry, they're going to have to coordinate with some of the good organizations within our city and maybe share some of their resources and maybe coordinate and come up with real solutions. And I bring up the operations and the crime stats because I think we hit a critical point about 5 or 6 weeks ago where it was very necessary to have what happened with that special operation. And it kind of hit the reset button for us, where literally, if you walk around, the number of individuals that are in those spaces, it's returned back to the levels where it was at when I first moved here. And I think, you know, those are manageable levels. And those are people who will get the services. And those are people who now can be in that park and not be fearful. And lastly, you know, I just want to add, I find it incredibly offensive that Mr. McVoy will mock people who have legitimate fears in some of our parks. I can show you pictures of people shooting up drugs next to children playing in Tropical Ridge Park. Hardcore drugs, drug deals happening right there where families have to bring their children. I'm sure those families weren't feeling so good about that, but it's the only place they could go to within range of their home. That's my district, Bryant Park. I get numerous complaints of people that are fearful. I'm pretty sure the people that had to witness somebody with a 6-foot pole and a knife attached to it trying to stab people at the South Pavilion because they were in a little bit of a drug-raged lunacy, I'm pretty sure they felt scared. And it's shameful to mock them. You don't have to agree with people, but to mock people for how they feel is reprehensible. It's disgusting. We have to represent everybody. The decisions we have to make are difficult. We are trying to do our best for the city and for the residents with what we have. So, you know, looking at this ordinance, it's a lot to bring in. It's a lot to digest. I don't have too many suggested changes. I would look to have something in there, maybe, and I don't know if it's possible, some sort of, you know, a recognition for the NAPC organizations in what they do with some of their gatherings, because I know some of the neighborhood organizations do have gatherings of over 25 people on a monthly basis in our parks. But if they have to get the insurance, then they got to go through it, then so be it. You know, I mean, that's you know, rules for one, rules for all, right? And they're ready to do that, you know. So, you know, it's gonna be an inconvenience, but I truly believe this is for the best. And for the city moving forward, and it's going to allow us, I hope we focus on real integrated solutions, working with our partners. Part of the next discussion isn't just crime, it's also about helping solve some of the social issues that we have, and hopefully we'll have the time to get to that. But it's only going to be working with those partners that can offer true services to individuals versus just food that we're going to solve this problem for anybody. And Mr. McVoy, you like quoting the Bible, give a man a fish, he's going to eat for a day. Teaching a fish, he'll eat for life. And that's where the solutions part come in. And I think Pastor Mike alluded to it. Jesus did step over some people who were irredeemable to get to those that could get help. And, I think a large part of the operations that PBSO has been doing has been done in that vein. And they are compassionate. They are very compassionate. The homeless intervention team that we have is so excellent. They deserve nothing but compliments. The stuff that I've seen them have to deal with in terms of they get called and they're just trying to help people and they get spat on, they get attacked, they deal with all sorts of things, and all they do is try to help. So, I am in favor of this ordinance for those reasons. And I really just wish, especially up here, that we could behave professionally. And again, to mock people for having legitimate fears is disgusting.
Folks, please. Thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
we have 14 seconds left on this item.
That's good. Oh, thank you. Ms. Malagas calling the question. All in favor?
Aye.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, but when somebody calls a question, we do need a second and a vote on that.
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think there'll be some tweaking going on. I think we're going to work with this thing.
I'm sorry, the vote that just happened now was the vote on calling the question.
Oh, okay. So we're calling the
So
question.
now we need a vote on the ordinance.
Okay, great. I just have one more comment regarding Mr. McBoy's, making.
We don't
fun-
have, we don't have 14 seconds.
All in favor?
Aye.
All against? No, okay. And now I'm going to make a comment that, Mr. McBoy, I'm there with the old ladies and I do yoga. That does, that.
So grown man.
My nephew who lives down there, who walks his infant daughter, is not lying when he tells me that he comes in the morning and there are piles of human excrement all around the park. So just saying that. Okay, next up. Yeah, I'm there. Okay, thank you very much. And thank you, staff, for the work that you've done. And we will be tweaking this. Okay, it's now 10:33. We are now at where are we?
With all due respect,
Yeah.
there's no motion for this next item. I'm gonna go home. I'm dying. You guys can discuss that and I will listen to it.
Okay.
I just don't feel well.
You don't sound good.
No, I don't feel well. And I think that we went through everything that we're going to be voting on.
Okay.
Okay, I can listen. It's just discussions and I can listen to that on the.
Okay. I hope you feel better.
Thank you.
Take care. Get some Zycam. Okay, it's 10:34. Now we have left is H and I. Discussion regarding the establishment of a task force to address crime at the Cultural Plaza brought by Commissioner Segridge. Having brought that, why don't you open up the discussion?
You guys just said it was all better, no discussion.
You're really.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
I'm a little annoyed.
That is a very valid comment, right? So it wasn't just about the Cultural Plaza, but at the time, it was a hair on fire kind of emergency situation. And thanks to PBSO's efforts, I don't believe it's a mere coincidence. It has cleaned up tremendously. That is not to say that areas of our city, we have issues, and we have very real issues that, PBSO cannot be everywhere at all times.
No, don't interrupt. It's 10:35 and we have a couple of things to talk about, so I'm going to limit our comments to, 3 minutes, so
Mhm.
wrap it up.
Yep. And
Yeah.
there are segments of our city that feel that, their voice is not heard on this. And, like some of the other task force that we have, I do feel that task force serve a purpose and can be very valuable. They basically expand our reach, get more community involvement, and then that information can be relayed through a liaison back to the commission. So I'll keep it brief that basically, I think a task force consisting of a staff liaison, a commission liaison, individuals from the downtown businesses, individuals from the Dixie Highway Corridor businesses, and then residents and NAPC, as well as the humanitarian groups that we have, kind of keep it to a 5 or 6-person task force, could give the commission a lot of valuable information. Things like areas of the city that need code enforcement help to help improve life safety, areas of the city that are experiencing criminality that we can try to prevent, perhaps the establishment or rejoining of the PBSO community policing program, et cetera.
Okay, thank you.
So,
Task force are operating under the sunshine, correct? Because they're making a recommendation to the commission.
If they're making a recommendation to the commission, they are sunshine. Yes.
Thank you. Okay.
the task force aren't under sunshine. Boards are under sun, if only if they're making recommendation. If
And
they
so
have a
what's the point
commissioner,
of having a task force if there's no
you
recommendation?
have the commissioner liaison and that commissioner can bring the findings. It's the same thing as the educational task force.
Okay, Ms. Malega, all right, folks, really?
Thank you. So, I'm kind of glad.
3
we're having
minutes.
this
Madam Clerk, can you
conversation,
keep track of time?
But, it's not just the Cultural Plaza. And in my neighborhood, in my district, the consistent problem, and this kind of goes with a piggyback of what we just had conversation on, we have illegal food vendors who are set up on every corner from First Avenue and E to First Avenue and A. And unfortunately, it causes traffic backup. The business owners at the corner who are selling food, who are paying to have a business, are irate because they're cutting the businesses off. And just in 3 days, I have updates from PBSO. On December 30th, District 14 conducted a proactive patrol in the area of First Avenue South and Southeast Street to enforce regulations on illegal food vendors. Contact was made with one vendor who subsequently was arrested and transported to the jail. The suspect's past shows PBSO has arrested this person with notices to appear on this issue 58 times since 2022, 30 of which were since 2024 of violations of city ordinances. This is somebody who does not care about laws, who's making a boatload of money, who will continue to make money illegally and steal basically from the local business owners. So when we talk about this task force, whoever's going to put this together, it has to be looking at things globally, not just what's affecting downtown. This is in a residence. This is affecting the residents of Royal Point Sienna. It also happens in other areas. And what happens is once they shut that one down, they literally move 2 streets over. And I mean, we had one that fled on foot, abandoned the vehicle. On the 2nd of January, suspect fled on foot, abandoned vehicles. They're just abandoning these vehicles and letting them be towed and going out and spending another $3,000 to $5,000 on another cash car, because that's how much cash they're making on these businesses. That is illegal. It's stealing. So it's the same things when we talk about, again, cutting down trees. We're worried about hat racking. And number one, it's a food safety issue if there's an airborne illness. Number 2, it's a traffic safety issue. And number 3, it's just illegal. And again, if we're going to do this, I want it to be a wholesome look at really life safety issues that are happening in our city.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, you keeping track of time? Madam
I'm
Clerk?
sorry. Yes, I'm keeping time.
Thank you. Okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Mr. McBoy.
Thank you. Tamales are boiled.
I'm sorry. Could you speak into your mic, please?
I did, but I didn't turn it on. Tamales are boiled for lengthy periods of time. The food risk and food safety that people suddenly on this commission seem to have developed a major concern for poor folks who might get health issues from eating boiled tamales. I don't know where to start with some of this. I have a commissioner who knows that PBSO's operation that arrested, I don't know, I think it's this Operation Unplugged, over 100 people, upward of, pushing 200. Do you really think that people who do serious crimes selling drugs were the people who were hanging out in the Cultural Plaza? You're nuts. You're nuts on that. Those arrests, look it up. You could find it out. Those arrests of that Operation Unplugged was a major drug thing. Excellent effort on PBSO. It took them a year to do it. That was all from an area that many people in the community who've been here a while know, 9th Avenue, 10th Avenue, South, G and H. That's where those people were concentrated. Those people don't hang out at the Cultural Plaza. If you're a serious drug dealer, you don't hang out at the Cultural Plaza. I mean, get a grip. The cleanup of the Cultural Plaza was probably what I ran into when I was there one time. Somebody calling in the community saying, oh, it's quite unsightly to have those homeless people. Can you do something about it? That's where that cleanup came. It had nothing to do with a serious drug operation. It was mentioned that selling tamales or selling whatever people are selling, a tool on the street, is illegal. The only reason it's illegal is that we made it illegal. We chose to go out of our way to get in the way of single moms cooking at home, selling something on the street to try to pay rent or their kids' education or whatever. Are there some of them that maybe are a bit more organized? There's some of them that are making more money. That's possible. I don't know. But most of them are just, I've met them. I've talked to them. So the mentality that we're going after is kind of amazing. I am glad to hear that one of the commissioners, if you want to form a task force, that they said you might want to put some humanitarian organization on it. I would suggest that you want to put people who have expertise in dealing with homelessness and dealing with mental health. You want to put a number of those on there so that you actually are getting some advice from people who know what they're talking about.
Thank you. That's time.
Thank you. I have lots of extremely tasks. A task force to me are nebulous. We should do something about this problem. I'm not a big fan of tasks because it becomes when there's a let me start again. What is the goal, the actual stated goal of that? To lower crime, to what's the stated goal and how do you get there? And I have found in my experience with different years of doing this, that task force, they talk a lot. And I believe that if they make a recommendation, I don't think you can get around it by saying the commissioner can be the person that responds. I may be wrong, but I believe that any recommendation that comes to the commission is a sunshine issue. So I would be okay with doing this. We're doing it at 10:45 at night. I don't think it's too rushed. But I would want more. I would want more structure, more actually declared. It's good to say, let's have a task force. Everybody feels good. Let's have a task force. But I would like maybe we can discuss this at another meeting. A more defined absolute goal. Just again, I've been on task force and you meet and you talk and not a lot happens except you all feel good because you have a task force. But so I would like to discuss this further. I'm not rejecting the idea, but I really want it much more laid down than we're talking about right now. So we're having a discussion. We're not voting right now on anything, but I'd like to bring it back. And maybe you could, it's your idea, maybe you could come back to us with, this is the stated goal. This is how we're going to get there. This is, a little more structure. Would you be willing to do that?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. I would ask you to do that. Everybody agree with that? Okay. Mr. Boyko, I don't know if you agree with that or not, but you just yes or no?
I think some of your concerns about a task force are
Okay.
reasonable.
Okay,
And
thank
I
you.
think your suggestion that let's understand what we're trying to accomplish, and I
Okay.
agree with you, the sunshine concern.
Yes, okay, so you're a yes on that one. So we'll do that. We'll come back to that. We have a card or it's more cards? Okay, Catherine Colmeyer.
I'm gonna wait.
Okay, Ginny Powell.
I'm gonna waive also.
Okay, Kara Jennings asked me to read this. We need a task force on the epidemic of homelessness, lack of affordable housing, and non-police mental health support. Create the task force, please. You discussed this months ago. Make it a priority instead of focused on crime. Melissa Salerno, followed by Kim Stokes.
Melissa Salerno, 501 South End Street. As Kara previously mentioned, I believe that this was already pushed back from the December meeting into the January meeting, the beginning of December meeting. I know that I had conversation via email with you and with all of you, sent all of you an email. How and when did this transition from a task force addressing homelessness and helping that vulnerable community into a crime task force? Because I don't quite see how we got there from point A to point B. And I think that if we are going to have a task force, that we need to be crystal clear, because I don't know that I would necessarily be willing to participate in a crime task force. Whereas I'm very eager to participate in a task force, potentially looking to be progressive in focusing on solutions relating to our houseless and vulnerable population. I think that would preclude crime concerns if we could address things that might push people into crime because they can't afford basic living, which is also something that I'd like to just kind of backtrack, because everybody is talking about solutions. If people are hungry, they can't function. If people don't have adequate places to sleep and adequate food to eat, how are they supposed to function toward a solution? The solution when you live outdoors is survival. So, acting like we're handing out lobster dinners over in Bryant Park, we're just trying to help keep people going toward solutions. And we do and offer and provide other resources, but y'all wouldn't necessarily know about that because you don't come around. You're not
Thank
really.
you, that's time.
Thank you. Kim Stokes?
Kim Stokes, 1321 North L Street. I wasn't prepared to speak on this, but I just hope that in the future, if you continue to bring these items forward, that there's more in the backup and more planning ahead of time. We've been asking for months to have our item heard about ICE and FHP, and we're constantly told there's no data, there's no evidence of the problem. And then we hear an anecdote from a business owner who has a very well-known past of being a problem in this city, and all of a sudden that gets rushed onto the agenda. I don't think the city invests any money in helping people. I think all of your money is spent on punishing them. So I hope if you move forward with this task force, you look for experts. I think you can always get feedback from the NAPC. They know where we are. They have lines. Every neighborhood has every one of your personal phone numbers. I'm sure those aren't the people we need to be hearing from right now. We need to be hearing from the experts that work with the different populations, that know how to be effective with homelessness and drug abuse and all of these issues that we're talking about. People with lived experience and peer support can develop relationships with people, but you send an armed cop into a park and you talk to a homeless person, do you want help? And they say no. And then you get to come here and say, oh, they just always reject our services. There are a lot of good things that this city can do. Most of you haven't been interested in pursuing any of them or finding out more. So I hope that if you are serious about this issue, you will look well beyond policing and take it seriously and look at what's effective and also compassionate. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to go with.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
I have 5 public comments.
Please read them.
First is from Shane Regan, 209 North 8th Street. I am totally for a task force and believe Anthony Segridge to be the correct person for this role. My office is at 209 North 8th Street and on a daily basis witness in Tropical Ridge Fitness Park at 211 North 8th Street, drug dealing, drug and alcohol consumption, open air sex, physical violence and disputes, public urination, and excruciating. The responsible people, I think he meant urination and defecating. The responsible people use the equipment that young children play on to prepare their drug cocktails, crack, fentanyl, etc., and proceed to intoxicate themselves to a level they are non-coherent and not in control of their senses. On many occasions, I've had to call PBSO for intervention, some resulting in paramedics being called to the scene. PBSO are aware of these happenings and do nothing to stop this going on. I would hate to see who takes responsibility when one of the many children that use the park regularly find a pill that has been dropped or come down the slide onto an abandoned needle. I'm very surprised, based on the level of activity, that there haven't already been child deaths in the park. The city needs to address the situation or close the park. Richard Miller, 1975 Sandsbury Way, Suite 1, West Palm Beach. Good afternoon. I own several properties in the city of Lake Worth, but the one having trouble is on Federal and 2nd Avenue, with a large portion of homeless and bike gangs late at night, sometimes into the morning, scaring the tenants coming to the workplace. These are people using the dumpster area as public restrooms, exposing themselves on the staircase, and are a nuisance. Overall, additional help with crime fighting in the downtown district is needed. The next comment is from Gary Nagalakari, North J Street. I hope that the people of this city are able to see through the blatant right-wing propaganda being addressed here. I often work late and have often walked my dogs through downtown during the late hours, including through the Cultural Plaza. There are issues that need to be addressed. However, crime is not the issue unless homelessness is considered criminal. Homelessness is not a crime. Don't be fooled by those among us who will tell you fabricated tales of our dangerous downtown with the intention to remove and displace people who do not fit in with their political agenda. We are on a slippery slope as a nation, and I hope this community will see through the misleading propaganda meant to increase the community fear. The intention is to divide and mislead us to support the slow decline of our rights and freedoms. Don't believe everything that they say, and as Lake Worth Beach locals, we should not be spending our money or be willing to support any business whose owner would willingly stand up and insult the community he chose to open his business in the first place. A public space is a space that belongs to everyone, and as long as no laws are being broken, that space should be open and free to everyone at any time they wish. If the homeless people make some people uncomfortable, I say good. Freedom isn't a guarantee of your personal comfort. Yet too many of us today are seemingly so willing to trade in freedom for comfort without realizing what they have sadly given up. Don't fall victim to those among us whose eyes glitter with dreams of a larger and larger profits at the expense of those who have little more than a sunny spot on a bench in this beautiful, vibrant little city by the sea. Sam Smith, 109 North Palmway. We pay over half our budget to PBSO, and yet the level of service we receive is severely lacking. PBSO should be patrolling all of our downtown spaces on foot or bike. Simply parking a PBSO car or truck in the downtown does nothing, since we all know it is empty. Direct PBSO to patrol downtown. While everyone has the right to sit and enjoy the Cultural Plaza, it has, over the last 6 months, turned into a regular open-air drug den. I regularly walk from my home to 2J's, cutting through the plaza to pick up takeout. Every single time I walk through the plaza, there is drug use going on, and there are homeless people asking residents for money. It is not a safe or welcoming environment. The solution, once again, is to direct PBSO to get out of their cars and patrol downtown on foot or bike. And the last comment on this issue is from Nick Palyugi, 825 North D Street. I was urged by people who still believe in the commission's capacity to act to submit a comment actually, he submitted the same comment twice, and as I'm reading it, I'm realizing it's for the next item. So that's the last comment on this issue.
Thank you. It's 10:55. Can we start a new issue?
We cannot,
That's what I thought.
but you can still do your commission liaison report, city manager's report, et cetera.
I thought we could, wait. I thought when we redid the rules, if there was an issue that we could override that rule, or did we change that to the last thing that we're talking about? We couldn't pick up another issue at 10:45.
I think that's it.
So we cannot pick up another issue after 10:45, and that rule is not waivable.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Which is what I said at the beginning of the meeting.
All of us didn't speak so long. We'd have a little more time.
Yeah, how convenient to put it at the end of the meeting. Very convenient.
Mr. McBoy, if everyone was self-edited a little bit, we'd have a little more time. Okay, commission liaison reports and comments. Let's start with District 1.
I wish that we could have had the discussion in regards to ICE and FHB. That's the only comment I have.
Right. District 2?
It's fascinating to me what we choose to put our time into and what we decide is important. Something that affects real lives, real kids, real families, and probably a quarter of our population. We decide is not important enough to move up on an agenda. We put it at the last of the agenda, knowing full well that we won't get to.
Thank you. Mr. Segrich?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In District 4, I wanted to give a big thank you to our Leisure Services
Folks,
Department.
can we let Mr. Segrich speak?
They are, they just installed their sunshade in the South Palm Park on the new playground equipment. It's a huge step up from what was there prior, and it really makes me feel hopeful about what we're installing in Bryant Park, because it seems like it's the same design and quality. And I think that's going to be a huge
Folks,
boost
please.
for our families that come into the area and enjoy that.
Yeah, and I was varying along those same lines. Folks, if we could not speak over, can you close the door? Along those same lines, I was really encouraged to hear that there's discussion at staff level and about this, my concerns with the South Bryant Park, the shade, that they're looking deeply into large trees to actually use that as shade rather than.
Yeah, I think we brought that up during our last conversation when we talked about the tree circle and so on. I would very much like to see some.
Well, that's apparently it's
large native.
Yep.
and
Apparently
so on.
staff has listened and we're working. It is 11 o'clock and we don't want to go home. I also wish that we had gotten to the ICE conversation. I wish we had been able to do that. I want to.
One thing like on that conversation, similar to having more direction on the task force. I mean, right now that's a pretty open-ended and nebulous discussion item. Are there particular actions people want the city to take?
Well,
in
there's
terms of people from the dais.
Right. They're it's very interesting because this is, there's people, we really can't discuss it because we're past it, but I mean, there are people that I get communications from, this is exactly what I voted for. And there's people that say this is a terrible thing. So we're stuck sort of in the middle. And hopefully we'll get to talk about it. In terms of specificity, the best I thought I could do was just, encourage them to listen. I did my best to reach out and had no luck. What else is going on?
I did have one thing that I wanted to do on the pre-agenda, but we didn't have it.
Yeah.
The Florida League of Cities is putting together their monthly luncheons, and we've never hosted one since I've been here. And I
sent that email today about that.
Yeah, I sent it.
Well, I've spoken with them weeks ago about it.
And I was going to bring it up during the pre-agenda, but since we didn't, I thought that if we could get consensus to host one of the luncheons, we instead of just, we always do the ethics training, which
we're doing it.
I consent.
Yeah, a few weeks ago, I asked about that and when I was at a meeting, and we are working on it as we speak. Okay, no, yeah. Is either to host the FLC luncheon? I don't think so, but there are quite a few public comments from the immigration issue. I think we should, Madam Clerk, I'm going to put them in the front part of my book and leave it up here on the dais so that it's easy to find. I'm not here tomorrow, Mr. So hopefully we'll either get those read at some point or, and I don't know what to talk about specifically about the letter because I have nothing to go on at this point. So I don't know what to do about that. So, Mr. Brown, do you have something to say?
I'll be quick. On the South Palm Park, that ribbon cutting is next Monday,
Oh,
4
yeah.
o'clock. It'll be on all your calendars if you're there.
Okay.
4 o'clock. Should already be added to all your calendars. And just a reminder of the 4 town halls, the first one being Thursday night at the Haitian Church. Second one being 112 at Osborne Center, third 122 at the library, and then the fourth one is 128 at the casino, all starting at 6 o'clock.
Okay, I will not be at the first two because I'm out of town for a few days. But I'll be back.
Yep.
So
That is Thursday
Thursday.
on the 8th.
Yeah.
Yep. That's all I have, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Miss Madam Attorney.
Just a couple things. I wanted to let you all know, since there was a lot
Folks.
of discussion about Operation Unplugged tonight, that we are working on nuisance abatement cases for several properties in that area to help at PBO's request to bring some more life and improvement to that area. We have under your manager's authority, we have also signed on new foreclosure counsel to move forward with the foreclosures that you all have authorized that hadn't gotten any movement yet.
Thank you.
And you will see coming up on an upcoming agenda a new contract for another special magistrate as well. So
Thank you very much. Do I have a motion? I'm sorry? Wasn't, or a couple hours ago, it's,
Second.
well, I mean, there's a sign on it that says it's down. I've had no luck with that elevator for a long time.
I'm sorry, who made the motion?
McVoy and okay, yeah, McVoy and Mr. Segrish. Thank you very much, everyone, for your continued interest.